Chapter 4189. The newcomer competition of the Welcoming Pavilion had come to an end, but the end-of-year competition of the Inner Disciples had just begun at the North Island Arena. The inner core disciples of the three pavilions were all present, but what surprised Lin Yi was that not all of the hundreds of Golden Core stage experts present were dressed as inner disciples. Some of them were dressed as outer disciples, but their strength had reached the Golden Core stage. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Lin Yi suddenly understood that the inner disciple competition of the three pavilions was not limited to inner core disciples. Even outer disciples could compete on the arena as long as they were strong enough. If their strength and performance were outstanding, they might be chosen by some big shot and be accepted as a registered disciple. From then on, they would have a meteoric rise. There were many such precedents. For the many inner disciples present, the inner disciple competition was also extremely important. This was a targeted assessment of them by the three pavilions. Whether their performance was good or bad was directly related to the allocation of cultivation resources for the next year, so they could not take it lightly. Finally, this year's inner disciple competition officially began. According to the practice of previous years, the person who presided over the inner disciple competition was a senior member of the Elders Guild. This year, it was Xu Lingcheng's grandfather, Xu Yuanjing. The rules of this inner disciple competition are very simple. It's arena battles. Similar to previous years, this year's arena battles are divided into two parts, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2. Xu Yuanjing looked around at all the disciples in the Golden Core stage and announced loudly, "I think you can understand this. After all, after entering the inner sect, it's not just a test of individual strength, but also a test of teamwork." Hearing this, the people in the audience immediately discussed and nodded frequently. After entering the inner sect and becoming a core disciple, they often had to go out to carry out high-level missions, which were extremely difficult and dangerous, and often required teamwork to complete. No matter how strong a person was, if they did not know how to cooperate with others, it would not work. Whether it's 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, only the top 50 can get corresponding battle points. The first place gets 50 points, the second place gets 49 points, and so on. The sum of the two results is the final result of this inner disciple competition. If the final result is below 50, then even if you are not directly eliminated from the inner sect, the cultivation resources for the next year will not be given any preferential treatment. "You won't get any preferential treatment," Xu Yuanjing looked at everyone and said. When all the inner court disciples on the spectator stand heard this, their expressions couldn't help but become serious. When one reached the gold core stage, it was far more difficult to improve than when one was in the foundation establishment stage. If one didn't have the assistance of a large amount of cultivation resources, then no matter how hard one worked, it would be difficult to improve even an inch in a few decades of closed-door cultivation. If he really fell out of the top 50, it would mean that he would only be able to obtain the most basic cultivation resources. It would be good if he could guarantee that he would not fall. As for the next level, don't even think about it. Alright, those are the rules. You can go back and prepare yourselves. You have 5 days to choose your teammates. The competition will officially begin in 5 days. After Xu Yuanjing finished speaking, his gaze paused in Lin Yi's direction meaningfully. Then, he turned around and left the stage with a playful expression. There were nearly 100 Golden Core stage inner core disciples present. Some of the outer sect disciples who came to challenge had friends and acquaintances, and they all sat together in 2s and 3s. Only Lin Yi was alone, and there was no one around. At this time, Lin Yi himself had already realized the problem. He finally understood that he was inexplicably called to participate in the inner sect competition. It was most likely Xu Lingcheng's doing behind the scenes. His grandfather was the person in charge of this inner sect competition. It would be easy for him to do something. It was really sinister. With Lin Yi's strength and confidence, even if he had just advanced to the early gold core stage, he would not be afraid of a 1-on-1 battle with these inner core disciples. But the problem was that there was also a 2-on-2 battle. What should he do? There were nearly 100 people present. Other than Xu Lingchong, Meng Tong, and Nan Tianba, who was his archenemy, Lin Yi didn't even know a single one of them. Not to mention any acquaintances. Who could he find to team up with? Even with the halo of the newcomer king, he had attracted a lot of attention when he killed Su Zhaohe. But after all, he was still a newcomer. His strength was at the bottom of the crowd. Moreover, the people present were not familiar with him at all. There was no cooperation or tacit understanding between them. Even if some people found him pleasing to the eye, the problem was that if they rashly teamed up with a newcomer who didn't know anything, what if they became cannon fodder? This was not a joke. The risk was too great. But if he couldn't find anyone to team up with, in theory, he could still participate in the team competition. At that time, Lin Yi would have to face a one-on-two situation. Unless these inner sect disciples received some benefits and secretly went easy on him, there was no chance of winning. Even if Lin Yi was the strongest Golden Core Stage expert who had a perfect breakthrough, he had just stepped into the Golden Core Stage. If he was in the middle stage of the Golden Core Stage, there was still a possibility of one-on-two. But he was in the early stage of the Golden Core Stage. Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong looked at each other and smiled as they saw Lin Yi frown speechlessly. This time, Lin Yi had really been tricked by them. Hehe, Chong Chong, this time you really gave him a big problem. I've known this guy for a year, but I've never seen him so troubled. Today, I've learned something new. Meng Tong said with a smile, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Brother Meng, this is just a small punishment. It's just an appetizer. There are still many opportunities in the future. I must make him wish he was dead. Xu Lingchong curled his lips with a vicious expression. It's best if I can draw him directly this time. At that time, I can take revenge. Meng Tong nodded coldly. Since his temperament changed greatly, although Meng Tong didn't show that he was gnashing his teeth when facing Lin Yi, it didn't mean that his hatred was worn away. On the contrary, every time he felt the pain of his heart being broken, his hatred for Lin Yi would deepen. He didn't show it in the past because he knew that he didn't have this strength. But now that he was accompanied by Xu Lingchong, the situation was completely different. He was now also an early-stage Golden Core Stage expert. Although he might not have a 100% chance of winning if he faced Lin Yi one-on-one, but if there was a middle-stage Golden Core Stage Xu Lingchong, killing Lin Yi would be a piece of cake. He was already hungry and thirsty. Although my grandfather is the person in charge of the inner court competition this time, the drawing of lots is supervised by the Elders Association. It's extremely difficult to tamper with it. Whether I can draw Lin Yi or not, it still depends on luck. Xu Lingchong shook his head, and then his expression turned solemn. It's best if I can draw him, but if I can't draw him, I can't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. The inner court competition this time is the key. As long as I can shine brightly, coupled with my grandfather's operation behind the scenes, it's not impossible to directly get the position of the inner court's second senior brother. Chapter 4190. Xu Lingchong was now an expert in the middle stage of the Gold Core Stage, and the position of the Soaring Sky Pavilion steward was a position that belonged to the outer sect disciples. According to the rules, he could not continue to occupy it. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely join the inner sect. With his ambition and means, it was impossible for him to be willing to be a mediocre inner court disciple. Even if he didn't have the qualifications and resources to fight for the position of the eldest senior brother of the inner court, he could still try to be the second senior brother of the inner court. In this period of time, he had been attending various public events. In fact, this was his plan. He wanted to build momentum in advance. As long as he performed outstandingly in this inner sect competition, coupled with his grandfather Xu Yuanjing's secret operation, there was a great hope for him to challenge the position of second senior brother who was in charge of the inner sect. As for Lin Yi, I'll have to deal with him sooner or later. He won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Xu Lingchong smiled coldly. After Xu Yuanjing finished the announcement, the many Gold Core Stage disciples dispersed one after another. Lin Yi could only get up and return to the welcome pavilion, but he was very helpless and depressed. He did not know a single one of these inner sect disciples. Who was he supposed to team up with? Thinking about it carefully, in addition to the group of newcomers in the welcoming pavilion, there was also a rival like Xu Lingchong. The people that Lin Yi knew in the three pavilions were not many, not to mention the inner sect disciples, Even the outer sect disciples were not many, and their strength had not reached the gold core stage. Shangguan Lena, Huang Xiaodao, Tsong Zhima, Ragged King, Senior Brother Bitter, and Lu Bianren. Counting them, Lin Yi only knew these 6 people. Among the 6 of them, Lu Bianren was strong enough, but he hadn't shown his face for a long time. According to Senior Brother Bitter, it seemed that he had left the island for a mission. They couldn't even meet each other, let alone be partners. Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai was very busy with the Welcome Pavilion, and his strength was far from reaching the gold core stage, so he couldn't help much. As for the Tattered King, he was not good at fighting. Furthermore, he had to keep an eye on the forging pool. As for Tsong Zhima, although he was loyal and had left a good impression on Lin Yi, he hadn't come into contact with him ever since Hu Cai left Tianwu Mountain. Furthermore, he wasn't strong enough. As a result, only Shangguan Lena and Huang Xiaodao were left. Among them, Shanghai Lena didn't participate in the year-end competition, nor did she have the slightest intention to pursue martial arts. In any case, she was an innocent girl. Since she didn't like to cultivate, Shanghai Tianhua couldn't do anything to her. He could only let her have her own temper. If Lin Yi asked her to form a party, she would probably be more than happy to help. Unfortunately, she was too weak, and she wasn't good at fighting. Moreover, she was soft-hearted. It wouldn't be bad if they could be good friends. They could just fight monsters together. This time, the only one left was Huang Xiaodao. Lin Yi thought about it and felt that she was a rare and good candidate. According to the rules, he would be considered an official outer disciple. As long as they succeeded in forming their gold core, they could also participate in the inner disciple competition. Once they participated, they would be promoted to the inner disciple core disciple. The only difference was that if they performed well in the inner disciple competition, they might be accepted as a registered disciple by the elders. However, if they didn't perform well and no one was interested in them, they could only become an ordinary inner disciple and cultivate with the inner disciple steward. Therefore, as long as Huang Xiaodao could successfully form her gold core, she could participate in the inner disciple competition. Moreover, she had been doing trial missions in the Cultivators Guild of the North Island all year round. Her combat strength was also first class among experts of the same level. Lin Yi had witnessed this with his own eyes as early as when Hu Cai was in Mount Tianwu. Even if her jungle invisibility skill and powerful archery skill were not very good in the arena, as long as they were used properly, they would definitely be a threat that couldn't be underestimated. She would be a good teammate. Lin Yi immediately found Huang Xiaodao and told her about the inner disciple competition. So, I'm in urgent need of a teammate now, and I can't find a more suitable candidate than you. I wonder if you're willing to help me, Xiaodao? Lin Yi asked. Of course I'm willing. Huang Xiaodao immediately said happily. She knew that Lin Yi rarely asked for help. Now that he was willing to find her, it just showed her position in his heart. This was a good thing that she couldn't ask for more. That's great. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had expected that Huang Xiaodao would be willing to help, and he also felt that she was an excellent teammate, what if she didn't like to fight with others? He couldn't force her to do something against her will. But my current strength is only at the late stage of foundation establishment. I can't participate in the inner disciple competition, can I? Huang Xiaodao suddenly realized after the excitement, and she lowered her head and said weakly, That's okay. Lin Yi had already prepared for this. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and said, I can guarantee that you can form your gold core within these 5 days. Ah! How is that possible? Huang Xiaodao suddenly opened her mouth and said incredulously, I'm still 2 levels away from the peak stage of foundation establishment, let alone the gold core formation. Even if everything went smoothly, she would need at least 3 to 5 years before she could start preparing to break through to the gold core formation. If any accidents happened halfway, it would take even longer. Forming her gold core within 5 days. This was simply a fantasy. In the knowledge of ordinary people, it was completely impossible. Do you still have your myriad golden dan fruit? Lin Yi smiled faintly. The reason why he looked for Huang Xiaodao was that Huang Xiaodao was not only suitable to be his teammate, but also essential. It's here. I haven't taken it yet. But even if I take it now, it's useless. This can only let gold core stage experts advance. It can't let me, a late stage of foundation establishment stage expert, directly become a gold core stage expert, right? Huang Xiaodao said in confusion. Then there's no problem. Come with me. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. Without saying anything more, he hurriedly pulled Huang Xiaodao and ran directly to his cave residence. Huang Xiaodao was immediately embarrassed and blushing. While she allowed Lin Yi to pull her, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What is Lin Yi going to do? He said these irrelevant words at first, then suddenly pulled her to his cave residence in the blink of an eye. Could it be that he wants to, it's so embarrassing. Thinking deeply, Huang Xiaotao's face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil. Otherwise, it would definitely attract passers-by to watch. The two hurriedly arrived at Lin Yi's cave residence. Lin Yi gestured for Huang Xiaodao to sit on the bed and said casually, "Hurry up. You take off your clothes first." "Oh." Huang Xiaodao responded subconsciously. Then, she suddenly woke up with a start. Take off my clothes." "Yes, hurry up. We don't have much time," Lin Yi replied without turning his head while preparing at the side. Chapter 4191. Then. Okay then. Huang Xiaodao agreed shyly. Her heart had long been tied to Lin Yi. She thought that she would be Lin Yi's woman sooner or later anyway. Although today was a little sudden, it was not unacceptable. Huang Xiaodao shyly took off all her clothes and then lay flat on the bed. She closed her eyes tightly, and her long eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. She was very nervous. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at her body that was as white as jade. He could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva secretly. At the same time, he was also stunned. He asked curiously, "Why are you lying down? Sit up." Huang Xiaodao opened her eyes and unconsciously looked at Lin Yi. Her face immediately became even redder. She said shyly, "That first time. Do it sitting. It will be uncomfortable. I heard. Don't girls always lie down?" Lin Yi was immediately speechless. Only then did he realize that Huang Xiaodao had misunderstood him. Just now, he was wholeheartedly thinking about improving Huang Xiaotao's strength. His mind was full of leveling up. He did not think about this aspect at all, nor did he pay attention to Huang Xiaotao's expression. He did not expect to be misunderstood like this. But now that he was suddenly reminded like this, and then looked at Huang Xiaotao's beautiful body, it was as if she was a ripe forbidden fruit waiting to be plucked by him. It was really tempting. "I actually did not ask you to take off your clothes because of this." Lin Yi spent a lot of effort to forcibly move his eyes away from Huang Xiaotao's body. He secretly swallowed his saliva and explained, "I want to help you improve your strength. According to previous experience, because the true qi in your body suddenly surges, it may cause your clothes to explode. So, I asked you to take off your clothes first." So that's how it is. Huang Xiaodao was extremely surprised. Lin Yi could actually help others improve their strength for no reason. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. However, Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Even if it wasn't for that matter, Huang Xiaodao was still a little disappointed. But now that she had taken off her clothes and the opportunity was right in front of her, why didn't Lin Yi not take advantage of the opportunity to take her? Was she so unattractive that he actually wasn't tempted after seeing her? As the saying goes, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The focus of a woman's attention is never something that a man can imagine. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi was now thinking about the inner sect competition. From being inexplicably summoned to participate in the inner sect competition, to discovering that Xu Yuanjing was personally hosting it, and now he was forced to find teammates. The meaning of the conspiracy was already very obvious. A little carelessness and he might be tricked by Xu Lingchong. Now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong were a couple. No matter where they went, they would bring Meng Tong with them. Moreover, Meng Tong's strength had suddenly soared to the early stage of gold core. This was clearly the rhythm of him forming a team with Meng Tong. But he was alone. How could he find someone to form a team within such a short time? If it wasn't for the fact that it could increase one's strength. If Huang Xiaodao didn't have the myriad golden pill fruit, Lin Yi would have really been tricked by Shu Lingchong this time. If he was really forced to fight 1 against 2, he would be helpless. Then he would really become the laughingstock of the 3 pavilions. While Huang Xiaodao was still letting her imagination run wild, Lin Yi was already ready. Without saying a word, he immediately grasped the pulse on Huang Xiaodao's wrist and began to circulate the art of dragon mastery. To increase her strength. You just need to circulate the mantra. Ah, okay. Feeling the warm vital qi that was continuously channeled into her body from Lin Yi's palm, Huang Xiaodao watched helplessly. Huang Xiaodao watched helplessly as it rapidly fused with her own essential energy, growing steadily bit by bit. Only then did she finally cast aside all those miscellaneous thoughts, and her entire person was shocked. This was not an illusion, but a real increase in strength. This move of Lin Yi was simply a godly skill that defied the natural order. After 2 hours, Lin Yi slowly withdrew his palm. At this moment, Huang Xiaodao's strength was impressively already at the perfected foundation establishment stage. What was even rarer was that Huang Xiaodao was calm and composed at this moment. The vital qi in her body was like an arm, without the slightest feeling of being strained. One must know that even after taking a supreme-grade elixir, this kind of sudden increase in vital qi would take at least a few days to be able to control. This move of Lin Yi's was really superb. You first rest here and consolidate your strength. Give me the myriad golden pill fruit, and I will open the furnace to refine the golden pill for you. When you take it, you can break through to the golden core stage in one go, Lin Yi instructed. Oh. Huang Xiaodao nodded obediently. She immediately took out a small wooden box from her clothes, which contained the myriad golden pill fruit, and handed it to Lin Yi. However, after that, she suddenly came to her senses. What? Lin Yi could also refine the golden core stage golden pill? Just as she was about to ask, a situation arose. On the other side, Lin Yi had just nodded and was ready to start refining the elixir. At this moment, someone suddenly touched the cave residence's restriction outside the door. Huang Xiaodao was suddenly shocked. She was now naked, and it would not be good if she was seen by others. She quickly shrank under the quilt on the bed and wrapped herself tightly, not daring to show her head. Lin Yi frowned. Originally, he did not want to pay attention to it. Right now, refining the golden core stage golden pill for Huang Xiaodao was the most important thing. Everything else was fleeting. And normally, the people who would come to find him were Shanghai Lena, senior brother Ku Bai and the others. When they found that no one agreed, they would naturally leave, and it would be fine after a little explanation. What Lin Yi did not expect was that the person who came had no intention of giving up. Not only did he not retreat, but he also touched the restriction more violently. If this continued, perhaps the next moment, he would directly destroy the cave residence's restriction. After all, this was just a newcomer's cave residence, and the level of the restriction was very low. Anyone with a slightly higher strength could easily destroy it. In desperation, Lin Yi could only get up and open the door. However, the 2 people standing at the door made his eyelids twitch. It was actually Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong. Pretentious leader, you took so long to open the door. What are you doing sneakily hiding inside? Meng Tong glanced disdainfully at Lin Yi and smiled sinisterly. After holding it in for so long, now it was finally the time to hold his head up high. At this moment, his heart could be said to be indescribably refreshed. Even the haze of the heartbreaking pain that happened twice a day could be temporarily left behind. In his eyes, the day of Lin Yi being stepped on by him was not far away. No matter how powerful Lin Yi was, he was only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. He, Meng Tong, was also at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Moreover, his strength was obtained through dual cultivation with Shu Lingchong, so he was much stronger than the ordinary early stage of the Gold Core realm. Even if Lin Yi had the record of killing Su Zhaohe in one move, which was also not to be underestimated, he could cooperate with Shu Lingchong. Once they fought, there was no room for discussion. Lin Yi's glorious days were gone forever. Chapter 4192. How is it, Lin Yi? Have you found a partner? Shu Lingchong instead spoke complacently in a superior manner. If you really don't have one, this young master can open his mouth and introduce one to you. Of course, you can also directly admit defeat and give up the competition. After all, the inner court grand competition is no small matter. Even if you're lucky and don't die with this little strength of yours, it's easy for you to be crippled. That would be too miserable, don't you think so? Both of you came here just to tell me this? Lin Yi glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, then I really have to thank both of you for your good intentions. I can find my own partner. We can be considered to be old friends that have dealt with each other for so long. There's no need to put on airs before us, right? There's no need to be courteous with this young master, and there's no need to be embarrassed. If you need, I can really introduce a partner to you. I can't just watch you become the laughingstock of everyone, right? How pitiful would it be if you can't even find a partner? Ha 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 ha. Shu Lingchong laughed wantonly. Of course, he wouldn't be so kind as to introduce a partner to Lin Yi. Not to mention it was impossible for Lin Yi to agree. If he agreed, then he would be courting death. He didn't have to guess to know that this partner would surely be a person of his, Shu Lingchong's. That person was absolutely a real time bomb, and there was no room for discussion. There's no need to say anything further. Both of you, please return. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the two of them and was about to directly close the abode. You're in such a hurry to make us leave. Meng Tong had a rare opportunity and was about to ridicule them when the corner of his eyes suddenly swept the scene within the abode, and he was instantly stunned. Hey! At this moment, Shu Lingchong noticed that something was off within the abode as well. There seemed to be a person curled up within the blankets on the bed, and most importantly, there were women's clothes that had been taken off at the side. Shu Lingchong's face instantly went grim, and he spoke swiftly and sternly. Is it that bitch, Shangguan Lena? Although he couldn't be considered as a man now, and he didn't have any improper thoughts towards Shangguan Lena, his heart was still twisted. So long as he saw Shangguan Lena together with Lin Yi, he would be extremely displeased in his heart. His heart was extremely unhappy, and he wished that he could chop this adulterous couple into pieces on the spot. Without waiting for Lin Yi to react, Shu Lingchong dashed in like an arrow right away, and without saying a word, he wanted to flip the blanket off. This wasn't completely a momentary impulse, but he had a plan. In his opinion, if his guess was correct, and the person on the bed was indeed Shangguan Lena, then as long as the matter of Lin Yi having an affair with her was exposed, it would definitely affect Lin Yi's future. If everything went well, it was even possible to ruin Lin Yi's future. It must be known that the customs of Heavenstage Island were basically inherited from ancient times. Even cultivators were still very strict about men and women. If Lin Yi and Shangguan Lena were husband and wife, it would have been fine. However, the two of them did not have any status now, so they were unscrupulously together. If this matter was spread out, it would be more than just immoral. It was simply a slap to the face of the big boss, Shangguan Tianhua. At that time, they didn't even need to do anything. Shangguan Tianhua would be the first to not let Lin Yi off. Shu Lingchong suddenly rushed in, and even Lin Yi was caught off guard. Seeing that Shu Lingchong was about to flip the blanket off, he reacted, and instantly chased after Shu Lingchong in a flash. Even if it wasn't Shangguan Lena, Huang Xiaodao was completely naked inside. How could he let Shu Lingchong, this bastard, see it? Lin Yi moved later, but arrived first. He grabbed Shu Lingchong's collar from behind, and then his true qi burst out and suddenly pulled. Shu Lingchong was actually forcefully pulled by him, and he continuously retreated several meters before crashing into the wall with a bang. The strength was so great that it almost destroyed the cave abode's restriction. Fuck, you're courting death. Shu Lingchong fell into a state of confusion, and immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He crawled up and was about to make a move. After all, he was a middle-stage golden core expert, and was only in a slightly sorry state. He didn't suffer any injuries at all. If he wasn't caught off guard, it wouldn't be possible for Lin Yi to succeed so easily. Meng Tong, who was standing beside him, was also eager to give it a try. This time, it was Lin Yi who made the first move, and he couldn't blame anyone else for seeking death. The three great pavilions had a rule that one couldn't take the initiative to attack a fellow sect member, but there was no rule that said that one couldn't defend themselves when being attacked. However, before the two of them made a move, Lin Yi was the first to sneer and say, "Senior brother Shu, the two of you are trespassing into the cave abode? The day of the inner court competition is just around the corner, and if this were to be known by the higher-ups, do you think you still want to participate in the inner court competition? Ha ha. You. Me." Shu Lingchong was suddenly choked and speechless. Only then did he realize that he had trespassed into the cave abode first. According to the rules of the three great pavilions, no matter what he did, it was wrong, and the other party could kill him. Meng Tong could only helplessly stop, but he still refused to leave just like that. His pair of eyes stared straight at the quilt on the bed, and he couldn't wait to reach out and pull the quilt open to see the appearance of the person inside. "What? The two of you still don't want to leave? Does this mean that you want me to ask someone to send you away?" Lin Yi stood between the two of them and the bed, and said coldly, "Bitch, we'll see." Shu Lingchong retreated in the direction of the door, pretending to be weak, but he secretly gave Meng Tong a look, indicating that the two of them should make a move at the same time from the left and right. As long as the quilt could be lifted and it was confirmed that the person inside was indeed Shangguan Lena, then even if he was charged with trespassing into the cave abode, it would be fine. At that time, the focus would definitely be on Lin Yi, and this guy would definitely die miserably. Lin Yi saw the intention of the two of them, and he secretly thought that it was not good. The other party was in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, and the other was in the early stage of the Gold Core realm. If they really made a move at the same time, it was almost impossible for him to stop them with his strength alone. Just when the two of them were confronting each other, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. It was senior brother Ku Bai, Xiao Ran, and the others who heard the vibration just now rushed over. "Junior brother Lin, are you okay?" The cave door was wide open, and senior brother Ku Bai looked at the tense confrontation in the room and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "I'm fine, let's see if senior brother Shu and senior brother Ku Bai are okay." Lin Yi sneered and glanced at the two of them. "H, you're lucky today. Brother Meng, let's go." Shu Lingchong saw that the situation was not good. Although he was unwilling, he could only leave with Meng Tong first. With so many people watching, if they continued to forcibly make a move, even if they really found out that it was Shangguan Lena, it would not be good for them. Because in that case, the first thing that Shanghai Tianhua would do was not Lin Yi, but the two of them. They couldn't bear such anger. Watching the two of them leave unwillingly, Lin Yi was relieved. After telling senior brother Ku Bai and the others, he finally closed the cave abode and let Huang Xiaodao out. "Have they left?" Huang Xiaodao carefully poked her head out of the quilt. Chapter 4193. "It's alright, they're just two idiots. Don't worry about them. I'll immediately refine an Aurus core for you. When you become an expert of the Aurus core stage, we'll team up and beat them up," Lin Yi said with a smile. En. Huang Xiaodao nodded repeatedly. Just now, when Shu Lingchong was about to attack and tear off the blanket, she was really frightened. Luckily, Lin Yi's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, her pure body would have been exposed. Lin Yi immediately prepared to refine the pill. However, just as he sat down, he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye. There seemed to be something extra in the corner of the wall. It just happened to be where Shu Lingchong had hit the wall. It seemed like Shu Lingchong had dropped it there. And looking at the appearance of the thing, it was pitch black like an ordinary stone, but it seemed to contain a profound secret. At first glance, it seemed to be a little familiar. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, but then his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly walked over and picked it up. After carefully examining it, he was instantly overjoyed. "It's actually a star inkstone. Haha, Shu Lingchong has given us a big gift." After Lin Yi confirmed it, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although the majority of this star inkstone had already been used up, and there wasn't much power of the stars and the ocean left, according to Lin Yi's previous experience, it was still enough for a person to make a perfect breakthrough. This time, Huang Xiaodao could also make a perfect breakthrough and condense the 10,000 gold pill. Lin Yi was just worrying about this problem. After all, Huang Xiaodao could be considered one of them. If it was just a normal breakthrough, it would be a little regretful. He didn't think that this idiot Shu Ling Chong would actually take the initiative to deliver it to him. He really didn't know what to say. This was really a good person who thought of others and was anxious for others. From Shu Ling Chong to Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong, this group of people had always done good deeds without leaving any traces. Every time they gave something, it would be just right, and each time it was bigger than the last. If not for the fact that he was straight, Lin Yi would have suspected that this group of people didn't really love him. Star Inkstone? What's that? Huang Xiaodao blinked her eyes in her blankets. This is something you can't buy no matter how much spiritual jade you have. You'll know in a while. Lin Yi smiled and began to concentrate on alchemy. He had previous experience. Now that it was the second time to refine a Jindan golden pill, the process could be said to be safe and smooth. A myriad crossing golden pill fruit, together with the supplementary materials that Lin Yi had given him before, finally succeeded in refining a supreme-grade Jindan golden pill. Although there was no extra surprise, it was enough. Lin Yi immediately ordered Huang Xiaodao to consume this freshly refined top-grade golden core. At the same time, he helped her extract and condense the energy of the stars and the energy of the ocean from the star inkstone so that she could make a perfect breakthrough. In the eyes of others, a perfect breakthrough to the golden core realm was a shocking feat. It was even rarer to help someone make a perfect breakthrough. However, since Lin Yi had his own experience of making a breakthrough and had previously assisted Tian Chan and Sydney, he was very familiar with this matter. Time passed by in a flash. Huang Xiaodao, who was in the cave, had a look of disbelief on her face as she felt the changes in her body. Even though Lin Yi had explained it to her very clearly, she still felt that it was unreal. She felt like she was in a dream. I'm an expert in the early golden core realm. Huang Xiaodao spun around gracefully and said with excitement and fear. Before this, the gold core stage was only a level that appeared in her dreams, let alone the gold core stage. Even if it was the great perfection of the foundation establishment realm, it would be very good if she could reach it within 10 years. If she really relied on her own strength to condense the golden core, she would not have such great potential. Even if she could, it would be at least a few decades later. Although she had a myriad crossing golden pill fruit, it was a holy fruit of such a level. It was extremely difficult to find someone to refine a golden core realm golden pill. Even if she found an alchemist of a sufficient level, she might not be able to successfully refine the pill. After all, for most alchemists, the higher the grade of the pill, the lower the success rate. This was common sense that no one could avoid. If Huang Xiaodao really took this 10,000 crossing golden dan fruit out to beg others, not only would she have to spend a large amount of spirit jades, but the final result would most likely be that she would lose everything, losing everything she had invested. However, not only did Lin Yi know alchemy, but he also succeeded on the first try. Even if Huang Xiaodao did not have much experience, she at least knew that this golden core realm golden pill was a 5th grade pill, and it was the best among 5th grade pills. Ordinary alchemists could not refine it at all. For a moment, Huang Xiaodao looked at Lin Yi with a strange light in her eyes. Since the first time she met Hu Cai at Tianwu Mountain, she suddenly found that her life had become wonderful. Every time she saw Lin Yi, there was an unexpected surprise. The level of a golden core realm expert was so far away, but now it was easily achieved, and all of this was Lin Yi's doing. He had both strength and character, knew alchemy, and could help others achieve a perfect breakthrough. With all these things added together, Lin Yi was simply a mysterious man. Such a man was enough to move the heart of any girl. Especially when he was so good to her, Huang Xiaodao. Not only did he save her life, but he also helped her recover her appearance and increase her strength. It would be strange if Huang Xiaodao was not moved by him. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaodao suddenly tiptoed and kissed Lin Yi's cheek. Then, she hid in Lin Yi's arms with a cry, her face blushing to the ears. "Then why don't you take me today?" Huang Xiaodao blushed and mustered her courage, whispering in Lin Yi's ear. One had to know that Huang Xiaodao was naked at the moment. Such a peerless beauty was rubbing against his arms, and she said such heart-pounding words. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to control themselves. Even with Lin Yi's amazing self-control, he couldn't help but feel restless at this time. He even couldn't help but want to do Huang Xiaodao on the spot. However, when he thought about it, there was not much time left. The inner disciple competition was approaching. The matter between men and women is attractive, but it is also easy to make people intoxicated and lost. The inner disciple competition is coming soon. I should help you consolidate your strength as soon as possible. Let's study together and discuss how to cooperate when the time comes. Lin Yi relied on his last bit of willpower and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. En. Huang Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, and then she nodded repeatedly with an embarrassed expression. She blushed and felt embarrassed in her heart. I was indeed too anxious. At this critical moment, if I were to waste my strength because of this and cause the inner court competition that was right before us to be affected, then it would be too late for regrets. Chapter 4194. Oh. Huang Xiaodao lowered her head shyly. As she put on her clothes, she said, I'm good at very few martial arts techniques. You should have seen them when we were at Mount Hutsai Tianwu. It's the jungle concealment technique and archery technique. That's all. I see. Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder. He had already seen the power of this martial arts combination. In the jungle, it was simply a domineering existence. If it was used to deal with spirit beasts, it was a combination that could dominate the world with one move. However, if it was used to fight openly, this combination not only had no advantage, but would naturally fall into a great disadvantage. Whether it was the jungle concealment technique or the archery technique, once it was on the ring, the effect would inevitably be greatly reduced. And if it was 2 against 2, Huang Xiaodao would easily become the opponent's breakthrough. Lin Yi was not a defensive expert, it was difficult to take care of her. Their martial arts techniques were not very compatible with each other. At that time, it was very likely that Huang Xiaodao would not be able to help Lin Yi, but would instead become his burden. There were only 2 days left. The problem of mutual cooperation must be solved. Huang Xiaodao had just advanced to the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Even if it was a perfect breakthrough, her strength could be imagined. Among the many inner core disciples, she must be at the bottom. If her martial arts technique was also inferior, there was really no way to compete. In this way, the situation of the inner disciple competition was still not optimistic. Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder. With the combination of him and Huang Xiaodao, it would not work if he wanted to rely on pure strength to crush the opponent head-on. Moreover, because of the existence of Huang Xiaodao, the weak link, once they fell into a protracted battle, the situation would also be very disadvantageous. The only way was to end the battle quickly. And if he wanted to end the battle quickly, it was definitely impossible to rely on his own strength. He must also integrate Huang Xiaotao's strength. It was best for the two of them to find a way to complement each other and cooperate with each other to exert the greatest power. They would strive to kill one of the opponents in the beginning, then it would be easy to fight. Xiaodao, your mental cultivation method is of the fire attribute, right? Lin Yi suddenly asked. He had already noticed this when he infused genuine qi into Huang Xiaodao, but he still had to confirm it personally. Yes, that's right. Huang Xiaodao nodded. I can make an issue out of this. Let me think. Lin Yi closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he suddenly opened his eyes and slapped his thigh. That's right, it's this. At this moment, he was thinking about the joint attack mental cultivation method he had obtained from the Zhuang clan in the secular world. If this mental cultivation method was only used by one person, it would only be of little value. However, if 2 people used it together, it would be extremely mysterious. Not only could it perfectly superimpose the strength of 2 people, but it could also be used by 2 people together. It could even achieve the astonishing effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2, forming an even more powerful combination. As long as this joint attack was used properly, for example, when 2 experts with the strength of the early Golden Elixir realm attacked together, the power produced by the joint attack would be equivalent to that of the Golden Elixir realm. It was comparable to the full force attack of a late-stage Golden Elixir realm expert, and it was indeed extraordinarily powerful. What do you think? Have you thought of any good ideas? Huang Xiaotao's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she waited for Lin Yi to surprise her once again. There is a way, but what I thought of was a joint attack mental cultivation method. Now, we only have 2 days. Lin Yi could not help but frown. Although the cultivation method could be changed once in the way of heaven, it was impossible for Huang Xiaodao to cultivate it again from scratch. Only 2 days was simply impossible. It was really too late. Moreover, he had not studied this joint attack mental cultivation method in detail. It was still unknown whether it could be used by a golden elixir realm expert. After all, this was a mental cultivation method that had been passed down in the secular world. It was very likely that it would be the same as other mental cultivation methods. After reaching the way of heaven, there would be no follow-up. Oh, then let's think of something else. It is indeed very troublesome to cultivate a mental cultivation method from scratch. It would be better if it was a martial skill. Huang Xiaodao comforted. That's right. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. It was unrealistic for Huang Xiaodao to cultivate this joint attack mental cultivation method from scratch, but what if he created a joint attack martial skill? With the Universal Practitioner's Arts and the Universal Practitioner's Arts, it wouldn't be hard for him to create a combo attack as long as he used it as a reference. He had created quite a few techniques before, but they weren't combo techniques. Creating a joint attack martial skill on his own could be tailored for Huang Xiaodao. This was much easier than letting her cultivate a mental cultivation method again. Although 2 days were tight, if everything went smoothly, it should be barely enough. Time was pressing. Lin Yi immediately began to practice in the cave according to his own ideas. Although it was only a short period of time, he had already thought of a very suitable martial skill in his mind, the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm. Huang Xiaodao cultivated a fire attribute mental cultivation method, so she could naturally use the Frenzy Fire Fist. In theory, she could also practice the Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm. Of course, Lin Yi did not want Huang Xiaodao to practice the Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm. Even if she could practice it, both of them could only use the Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm. It could not be greater than 2, and it would not be enough to deal with the next inner disciple competition. What Lin Yi was going to practice and create at the moment was the Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm. One person played 2 roles, continuously activating the genuine qi, fumbling and practicing. Huang Xiaodao stood aside and watched. Although she could not understand the martial skill moves he was practicing, she was now a new gold core realm master, so she could still feel the profoundness of it. Finally, Lin Yi slowly stopped after trying dozens of times. How is it? Huang Xiaodao asked quickly. Not bad, this is the move, the Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Come, I will teach you now. After saying that, Lin Yi immediately explained to Huang Xiaodao in detail, from the tricks of activating the genuine qi to the specific moves, he taught her step by step. There was only one purpose, which was to let Huang Xiaodao quickly master it in a short time. In terms of potential and talent, Huang Xiaodao was actually far superior to ordinary people. Otherwise, with her weak background, she would not have been selected to the Soaring Sky Pavilion together with Su Zhaohe. Lin Yi's new fiery 8 trigrams palm strike, on the other hand, was tailor-made for Huang Xiaodao. He guided her through it step by step, teaching her the ropes step by step. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaodao to get the hang of it. Although at the beginning, she was only imitating and did not have much skill with her comprehension, as long as she practiced well with Lin Yi in these 2 days, when the inner disciple competition came, it would be enough to come in handy. Every time she practiced, Huang Xiaotao's understanding of the Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm deepened, and her shock and admiration for Lin Yi also increase. Chapter 4195. In such a short period of time, they were actually able to deduce and create a martial technique out of thin air. Although it was only a single move, it was a martial technique that was tailor-made for the two of them. Not to mention creating it, ordinary people would not even dare to think about it. But Lin Yi not only could create it out of thin air, but this Frenzy 8 trigrams combined strike didn't have any signs of being put together at the last minute. Instead, it had a profound foundation, and its intricacies were comparable to those traditional techniques that had been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Huang Xiaodao wouldn't have believed that this was a technique that Lin Yi had created in such a short period of time. Not only could it increase one's strength, but it could also create a golden elixir, and now it could even create a technique. Other than admiring Lin Yi even more, Huang Xiaodao was a little dumbfounded. There was actually such a powerful person in this world. Even the legendary miracle doctor Zhong Liju wouldn't be as powerful as him, right? In fact, he might not even be as powerful as Lin Yi. After all, the legend of Master Zhong had only been passed down from mouth to mouth, while Lin Yi's miracles were something that she had seen and experienced with her own eyes. In the remaining time, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao stayed in the cave, practicing the newly created Frenzy 8 trigrams combined strike. Although it was a new creation, it was naturally easy for Lin Yi to master, and Huang Xiaodao was getting better and better at it. Her cooperation with Lin Yi was getting better and better, and when Lin Yi felt that it was almost complete, the two of them tried to activate it together, and the power was actually comparable to the peak of the golden elixir late stay. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's deliberate control, the power of this move would have been enough to pierce through the walls and seals of the cave. Huang Xiaodao herself was shocked, and Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Of course, he was confident in the technique he created, but he had only set the power at the golden elixir late stage, and he didn't expect that he had underestimated the power of this combined strike. Frenzy 8 trigrams combined strike. The power was equivalent to the full blow of a master at the peak of the late stage of the gold core realm, and the two of them were only at the early stage of the gold core realm. Such a martial arts technique was simply heaven-defying. If the two of them could increase their strength a little more, they would truly be invincible in the golden core stage. If they brought Huang Xiaodao along when they went out in the future, they could directly launch a joint attack at anyone they didn't like. Any golden core stage expert would be crippled even if they didn't die. Soaring Sky Pavilion. After returning from Lin Yi's cave abode, Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong were not reconciled at all. They did not intend to let Lin Yi off so easily. It was not appropriate for them to continue staying there, so they specifically instructed Murong Zhen to keep an eye on Lin Yi's Immortal's cave. Once she saw Lin Yi or Shangguan Lena coming out, she should immediately report to them. However, the two of them did not expect that they did not have to wait for Murong Zhen's news at all. As soon as they returned to the Soaring Sky Pavilion's territory, they saw Shanghai Lena. The two of them were stunned on the spot and scratched their heads together. What the hell is going on? Why is the woman on Lin Yi's bed not Shangguan Lena? There were only a few female cultivators in the 3 pavilions. They could be counted on one hand. Except for Shanghai Lena, who else would hook up with Lin Yi? When Shanghai Lena saw the two of them, she turned her head in disgust. She pretended not to see them and was about to walk past them. At this time, Xu Lingchong suddenly grinned. He took the initiative to walk up to her. Junior sister Lan long time no see. How have you been recently? Xu Lingchong greeted her with a smile. It's nothing. Senior brother Xu, what can I do for you? Shanghai Lena's eyelids suddenly twitched. This guy has not bothered me for a long time. Why is he sticking to me like a piece of sticky candy today? So annoying. As Shanghai Lena spoke, the little curly bear next to her dragged the big scissors from before and swaggered in the direction of Xu Lingchong, cutting wildly. Those who were a little timid would probably be frightened by this little guy. Especially Xu Lingchong. Last time, it was this giant scissors that cut off his family jewels. Now, this scene was simply like sprinkling salt on his wounds. That was not enough. He had to add a little cumin. Even Shangguan Lan was startled by this scene. She didn't expect that the little fellow would dare to provoke her. She quickly stepped forward and shielded it behind her. If Xu Lingchong became angry out of humiliation and decided to kill the little curly bear, she wouldn't be able to stop him with her strength. However, to the great surprise of Shanghai Lena, Xu Lingchong was not angry. Instead, he smiled indifferently, as if he did not take it to heart at all. If there is something, then there is really something. I think it is necessary to let junior sister Lan know. You should be mentally prepared first. Xu Lingchong pretended to be mysterious. Oh, what's the matter? Shanghai Lena frowned and looked at him. She thought to herself, this annoying guy, what tricks does he want to play? I just returned from Lin Yi's abode, and I found a woman on his bed. She had even taken off her clothes. Sigh. Shu Lingchong pretended to be regretful as he shook his head. But junior sister Lan don't be anxious. Some men like to fool around as long as they have a bit of strength. It's human nature. Lin Yi is a man as well, and he has needs in this aspect as well. The reason why Shu Lingchong deliberately told Shanghai Lena about this matter was none other than to create trouble for Lin Yi. Since the woman in his abode wasn't Shanghai Lena, then he would use this matter to sow discord and let Shanghai Lena cause trouble herself. At that time, Lin Yi would surely be unable to take care of himself, and even if he participated in the inner court competition, his condition would surely be greatly reduced. Truthfully speaking, although Shu Lingchong was an intermediate stage Golden Core Realm expert now, and he was proud of his success and had made a strong return, but at least he had learned his lesson, and he didn't dare look down on Lin Yi. Now that he was dual cultivating with Meng Tong, he would surely be invincible in a dual fight, and there was no doubt about this. However, if it was a one-on-one fight with Lin Yi, even though he still had the certainty of winning, he still had to be careful. After all, no matter what, Lin Yi had instantly killed Su Zhaohe, who was an intermediate stage Golden Core Realm expert, with a single move. Su Zhaohe wasn't a simple figure, and if they were at the same level, Shu Lingchong admitted that he might not be able to win for sure. Thus, it could be seen that Lin Yi was similarly extraordinary, and he had to be on guard. So, with this opportunity to disgust Lin Yi, Shu Lingchong naturally wanted to make use of it. If he was able to make Shanghai Lena fall out with him directly, or even turn them into enemies, then it couldn't be any better. Even if he couldn't do that, he could at least distract Lin Yi, so why not? Really? That's great. Shanghai Lena's reaction greatly exceeded his expectations, and not only did she not have the slightest intention of getting angry, she was instead extremely happy. Chapter 4196. Ah! Shu Lingchong was dumbfounded. He and Meng Tong looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Shu Lingchong still didn't give up and asked tentatively, "Junior sister Lan aren't you angry at all?" "Angry? Angry for what? Why should I be angry?" Shanghai Lena looked at him strangely, and then continued to jump excitedly. "That's great, I'll go and have a look now." After that, Shangguan Lan grabbed the little curly bear and walked briskly toward the welcoming pavilion, leaving Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong dumbfounded and unable to close their mouths for a long time. Chong, is that Shanghai Lena confused because of anger? Or is she just a silly girl? Meng Tong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Looking at Shanghai Lena's cheerful back, it didn't seem to be fake. Besides, such a spoiled young lady didn't have such deep shrewdness and acting skills. Maybe. Shu Lingchong was also speechless. After a while, he shook his head hard and said, "Forget it, let's not care about that silly girl. Brother Meng, the inner disciple competition is around the corner. Let's go back and practice together. The inner disciple competition is full of masters. With our current strength, if we don't cultivate tacit understanding, it will be difficult to shine." "Well, okay, Chong, let's go back and practice together now. In this inner disciple competition, we must amaze the world with one brilliant feat," Meng Tong immediately said with high fighting spirit. The inner disciple competition was not only the perfect stage for Shu Lingchong to announce his strong return, but it was also the first opportunity for Meng Tong, or more accurately, the Meng Tong who had changed his temperament greatly, to appear in the whole three pavilions for the first time. There was no room for failure. After saying that, the two immediately left hand in hand, leaving the passers-by looking at the two's overly intimate back, pointing at them and discussing in private. They walked lightly all the way to Lin Yi's cave residence. Shanghai Lena took the little curly bear to touch the cave residence's restriction. Chapter 4197. Lin Yi was secretly shocked at that time, but he did not think deeply about it. While Lin Yi was observing the surroundings, the gold core stage experts around him were also secretly watching him. To be more precise, they were observing Huang Xiaodao, who was wearing a veil. In the three pavilions of the North Island, there were very few female cultivators, and those who could reach the gold core stage were even rarer. Looking at the whole audience, Huang Xiaodao was the only female cultivator participating in the inner core competition. Apart from her, There was only Shanghai Lena who was watching from the audience stand. It was impossible for Huang Xiaodao not to be noticed. That Huang Xiaodao, how did she suddenly become an early-stage gold core stage expert, and even with Lin Yi? Xu Lingchong could not help but be surprised. He had a good understanding of the gold core stage experts of the three pavilions, but he had never thought that Lin Yi would find such a partner, which really caught him off guard. Lin Yi is really a playboy. He even wants such a disfigured woman. He really doesn't care about anything. Meng Tong sneered at the side. I think he is cornered and forced to find such a partner. Although I don't know when Huang Xiaodao formed the gold core stage, but looking at her momentum, she should have just broken through not long ago, and her strength is very limited. Xu Lingchong sneered and said, "Hehe, two early-stage gold core stage experts, they don't even know how they will die. Let's just watch." While the crowd was discussing, the inner core competition finally officially began. Today, the first one, Feng Tian, was going to fight one-on-one, and the opponent was decided by drawing lots in public. What was interesting was that Lin Yi, the famous newcomer king of the Welcome Pavilion, was the first to be drawn to the arena, and his first opponent was Yu Daong, an outer official disciple from Blue Cloud Pavilion. Yu Daong was an early-stage gold core stage expert from Blue Cloud Pavilion who had recently emerged. Before, he had always been unknown, and no one had ever paid attention to him. In comparison, Lin Yi, the newcomer king, was much more eye-catching. Everyone's gazes were focused on Lin Yi. Some were playful, some were contemptuous, and some were indifferent. Everyone wanted to see for themselves how capable Lin Yi, the newcomer king, was. With his hands behind his back, Lin Yi stood calmly at the side of the arena. When Yu Daong stepped onto the stage, his originally calm aura suddenly skyrocketed. A moment ago, it was still calm and tranquil, but in the next moment, huge waves surged into the sky, causing everyone's expression to change. Feeling such a terrifying aura, Yu Daong's expression suddenly showed a bit of hesitation and struggle. They were both at the early stage of gold core, but comparing their auras, how was it like they were at the same level? The first round of the inner disciple competition, Lin Yi versus Yu Daong, begins, the judge announced. This was actually an expert of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, he wasn't suppressing his strength, but rather revealing it to the fullest. This was also the first time that Lin Yi had seen an expert of the nascent soul stage in the three pavilions. As for the other big shots, usually, he didn't show his strength. His golden finger couldn't be used beyond his level, so he didn't know the strength of Shanghai Tianhua and the others. He only knew that their aura was threatening. Everyone in the arena looked solemn at the same time. They were ready to observe Lin Yi's strength. Although Yu Daong of Blue Cloud Pavilion was not strong, Lin Yi was only at the early stage of gold core after all. He should be able to deal with it. However, Yu Daong's next reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. "Wait, I give up." Yu Daong suddenly raised his hands and shouted, his face flushed. For a moment, there was a sudden uproar in the arena. The sounds of ridicule and abuse were endless. However, Yu Daong still didn't change his original intention. After glancing at Lin Yi, he turned around and left the arena. This scene not only surprised everyone in the arena, but even Lin Yi himself was a little stunned. The first round was the most ruthless elimination round. Once lost, there was no need to think about what would happen next. Normal people would try their best to fight for even if there was only a 10% chance. Who would be like Yu Daong and directly give up? If Yu Daong was facing an expert in the late stage of gold core who was several levels higher than him, or even higher, it was understandable. However, Lin Yi was only in the early stage of gold core. Little did he know that even if they were both in the early stage of gold core, there was still a huge difference in their strength. Lin Yi was able to kill Su Zhaohe in one move. With Su Zhaohe's strength, it was absolutely not a problem for him to kill Yu Daong in one move. Letting him fight with Lin Yi, wasn't that courting death? Yu Daong still had this bit of self-awareness. As long as one's strength reached the early stage of gold core, so long as one participated in the inner court competition, then no matter what the final result was, one would surely be able to become an inner court core disciple in the end. The only difference was none other than whether one was fancied by a big shot of the higher-ups and was taken as an honorary disciple. That was all. Yu Daong had never had any background. Although he had extravagant hopes that one day he would be able to obtain the favor of a big shot, he knew that this was basically extravagant hopes. So long as he was able to advance to become an inner court core disciple, he would have achieved his objective this time. If he thought too much about other things, it would be purely fleeting and would only harm himself. Trash. Coward. Xu Lingchong, who was below the arena, couldn't help but curse hatefully when he saw this. Although he didn't expect this unknown Yu Daong to be able to directly kill Lin Yi, he was still an early-stage gold core expert after all. At least, he had to cause some trouble for Lin Yi. What the hell was the point of directly admitting defeat? Meng Tong, who was at the side, also gnashed his teeth in hatred. The inner court competition was such a crucial occasion, yet he made his opponent surrender without a fight. What kind of prestige was this? The reputation of Lin Yi, the newcomer king, was really resounding now, causing others to be envious to the point of going mad with jealousy. On the other side of the spectator stand, Shanghai Lena was extremely excited. Although she was very confident in Lin Yi, those that were able to participate in the inner court competition were all gold core experts. This was a completely new battlefield for Lin Yi, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't worried in the slightest. Even if Lin Yi was able to instantly kill Su Zhaohe and possessed formidable strength, he wasn't someone that was easy to deal with. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, not to mention a dignified gold core expert. Even if Lin Yi won in the end, what if he was injured? She didn't expect this Yu Daong to be so tactful. He took the initiative to admit defeat without saying a word. Little junior brother passed the stage easily without any surprise. However, Shanghai Tianhua, who was pulled to the side to watch the battle, looked indifferent from the beginning to the end, without any surprise. Hihi, Grandpa, do you think this Yu Daong is a friend of little junior brother's acquaintance? Otherwise, why would he admit defeat so easily? Shanghai Lena was happy for Lin Yi while she couldn't help but ask curiously. With her identity, the inner court competition was nothing new. She had seen the excitement many times before, but this kind of direct admission of defeat was very rare. Even if there were a few times, it was because there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides. This was the first time that an expert of the same level directly admitted defeat. Chapter 4198. Heh. You'll have to ask them that themselves. If he isn't, this old man will have to look at this Yu Daong even more highly. Shangguan Tianhua said with a faint smile. Ah, he is so cowardly. Grandpa, you still look up to him? Shanghai Lena could not help but be surprised. Although she was very happy that Yu Daong took the initiative to surrender, it was entirely because of Lin Yi. Normally, she would look down on such a spineless person. Cowardly? It can be regarded as cowardly, but in other words, it can also be said to be wise. Yu Daong saw it very clearly. Although both of them are in the early stage of gold core, he is not Lin Yi's opponent. Instead of taking a meaningless risk, it is better to admit defeat directly. This is also a kind of wisdom and courage. Shanghai Tianhua commented. This is wisdom and courage. I really don't understand. Shanghai Lena stuck out her tongue cutely. Shanghai Tianhua smiled and did not continue to say more. People like Yu Daong would never grow to the height of Lin Yi in the future, but this did not mean that they were useless. This kind of people who knew when to advance and when to retreat were also rare talents. Even if they were not as brilliant as a genius like Lin Yi, there were many things that were safer and more reliable to let them do. Of course, this had already involved the use of manpower, which was not something that a little girl like Shangguan Lena could understand. Shanghai Tianhua naturally would not play the lute to a cow and waste his saliva. In the first round of the inner disciple competition, there were a total of 100 matches. All of them would end in one day, and the top 100 would be directly determined. If it was simply one match after another, even if they did not stop until tomorrow morning, they would not be able to finish the matches. Therefore, the first round of the single competition was carried out at the same time. In the North Island arena. Other than Lin Yi's arena, there were 4 other arenas on the side. 5 matches would be held at the same time, and Lin Yi's was the first to finish without a doubt. On the other 4 arenas, Lin Yi was the first to finish. At the moment, they were fighting fiercely. Among these 4 matches, Huang Xiaodao happened to be in one of them. At this time, her opponent was also a new outer disciple in the early stage of Gold Core. His name was Wu Bufan, but he was not from Blue Cloud Pavilion. He was from Mysterious Pavilion. The luck of this draw was quite good. Looking at the whole arena, the early stage of Gold Core was the lowest, and his opponent was a new outer disciple in the early stage of Gold Core. However, this Wu Bufan was after all a disciple of Profound Secrets Pavilion, and he was also an early stage Gold Core expert. His experience was much more experienced than Clear Cloud Pavilion's Yu Daong. Under the premise that both sides had the same level of strength, experience could play a crucial role in a battle, and it could affect the outcome of the battle. Even if there was only a 5% chance, he would try his best to turn it into a 10% chance. And he would never admit defeat like you. To you. He was not the famous newcomer king, Lin Yi. In terms of experience, Huang Xiaodao was also a new expert in the early stage of Gold Core. Moreover, she was an outer disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion with a weak foundation. In terms of experience, Wu Bufan, a disciple of Mysterious Pavilion, had a higher chance of winning. Both sides got into formation on the stage. Wu Bufan was still a little afraid of Huang Xiaodao. But when he saw Huang Xiaotao's bow and arrow, he suddenly laughed. This was not the deep mountains or forests. This was an empty arena with a radius of hundreds of feet. There was no cover, and it was a one-on-one battle. Using a bow and arrow in this kind of situation, an expert of the same level could easily avoid it. Wasn't it a joke? Then, when the referee gave the order, Wu Bufan saw that Huang Xiaotao's figure began to gradually become blurred, but there was no way for her to completely disappear. He could see that this was clearly a concealment martial skill. However, in this kind of situation where there was no cover, it could not be used to its full effect. It could only make the figure slightly blurred. What was the use of this? Let me give you a piece of advice. This junior sister of Blue Cloud Pavilion should quickly admit defeat. Your martial skill and weapon are simply a disgrace in the arena. It's better to be sensible and go down yourself. Otherwise, you'll get injured for nothing, Wu Bufan said with the air of a senior. If it was said that the odds of winning were 60% to 40%, then after Huang Xiaodao revealed her martial skill and weapon, it was already 80% to 20%, or even 90% to 1%. In today's first battle, he, Wu Bufan, was already 90% sure of winning. I appreciate your kindness, but I still want to try. Under the veil, Huang Xiaotao's voice was calm. This time, she was suddenly pulled by Lin Yi to participate in the inner disciple competition. Although Huang Xiaodao did not think about getting a good ranking, as long as she could help Lin Yi in the 2-on-1 battle, she was already satisfied. However, this did not mean that she had no initiative in the 1-on-1 battle. She was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. Her character had never been weak. Even if she did not want to get a high ranking, she would definitely go all out. TSK, young people nowadays really don't know how to appreciate favors. Wu Bufan shook his head and curled his lips as he sneered, Fine, I'll let you understand today that this arena isn't a place that an ignorant woman like you should come to. After saying that, Wu Bufan suddenly made a move. However, Huang Xiaotao's movement was faster than him. Before he could move, a long black arrow had already whistled. The speed was far faster than his imagination. Huang Xiaotao's arrow speed was originally extremely fast. Now that her strength had reached the early stage of the Gold Core realm, it was naturally extraordinary. Especially in these 2 days, Lin Yi had specially taken time to teach her the technique of vital energy jet. Basically, the speed of the arrow had already reached the limit of the giant bow in her hand. An ordinary person would not be able to react at all. Fortunately, they were standing far away from each other at the beginning. Wu Bufan was finally able to react and barely avoided the first arrow. Even so, he could not help but be frightened and break out in cold sweat. If he was not careful, this arrow would really cut his throat. In the arena, life and death were indisputable. If Huang Xiaodao really killed him with this arrow, not only would she not have to bear any responsibility, but she would also be looked up to by others. This time, Wu Bufan did not dare to take it lightly. After avoiding the first arrow, he quickly took the opportunity to pounce towards Huang Xiaodao. It was common sense that archers were not good at close combat. As long as he could get close to her, Huang Xiaodao would still lose. However, Huang Xiaodao obviously would not let him get what he wanted so easily. Distance was an archer's lifeline. She understood this more than anyone else. In the past, in countless adventures in the jungle, there were several times when she was almost killed by spirit beasts at close range. In this aspect, she could be said to be experienced in hundreds of battles. Huang Xiaodao quickly moved her feet and shot an arrow from time to time, blocking Wu Bufan's path forward. Chapter 4199. Every single arrow was extremely precise and swift, forcing Wu Bufan to have no choice but to stop and dodge with all his might. After the time for an entire incense stick to burn, Wu Bufan exhausted a great deal of effort yet was still unable to catch up to Huang Xiaodao, and it was even to the extent that he wasn't even able to close the distance between them in the slightest. This unexpected scene of being unable to part from each other truly caused everyone below the arena to be shocked. Huang Xiaodao, this woman, seemed to be extraordinary. If they were in a jungle, Wu Bufan probably wouldn't even know how he died. However, although everyone thought highly of Huang Xiaodao, they still felt that Wu Bufan had a higher chance of winning. After all, this was a one-on-one battle. No matter how good Huang Xiaodao's archery was, it couldn't make up for this natural disadvantage. This stalemate situation couldn't be maintained forever. When Wu Bufan closed the distance, everything would be over. However, among the crowd, only Lin Yi didn't have the slightest worry. In his eyes, Huang Xiaodao would win this battle. Even if they were both in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, even if Huang Xiaodao's martial arts and weapons were not suitable for one-on-one battles, she was the strongest Gold Core realm expert who had a perfect breakthrough. She was definitely not an ordinary early-stage Gold Core realm expert like Wu Bufan. As time went by, this duel between Huang Xiaodao and Wu Bufan, which originally didn't attract much attention, gradually attracted the attention of the audience, and there was a lot of private discussion. Wu Bufan couldn't hold back anymore. Although most people were optimistic about him, Huang Xiaodao's bow and arrows didn't have eyes. If he was careless and touched by one of the arrows, or even hit a vital position like the throat, it would be a joke. Gritting his teeth, Wu Bufan finally didn't dare to hide anything anymore. In an instant, he increased his speed to the extreme. After closing the distance between him and Huang Xiaodao, he suddenly raised his hand and swung it in Huang Xiaodao's direction. A dark green light. Then, at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye, it went straight to the opponent's vital point. Hidden sword, a hidden sword that was poisoned with the world's strange poison. Unless there was a unique antidote, anyone who touched it would die. This was Wu Bufan's trump card that he had carefully prepared, and it was also his last card. He didn't want to use it in the first battle, but now he had no other choice. Wu Bufan specially practiced for several years. The speed of the hidden sword was not slow, and Huang Xiaodao had adapted to the rhythm of the previous unilateral suppression of the bow and arrows. For a moment, he was unable to react. According to his calculations, there was at least an 80% chance that the hidden blade would succeed. Ding! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out, accompanied by the gasps of surprise from the audience. Wu Bufan's wishful thinking had instantly fallen through. Huang Xiaodao had actually used her bow and arrow to block the fatal hidden blade in the sleeve head-on. Such a reaction. This level of precision was simply unimaginable. It could be called a godly technique. If it was anyone else in the arena, even if they were stronger than Huang Xiaodao, they wouldn't be able to do so. However, this move of using bows and arrows to block the hidden sword was something that they would never be able to do. If this wasn't a godly skill, what was? All of a sudden, everyone looked at Huang Xiaodao in a different light. Putting everything else aside, just this female cultivator's archery skills alone. He truly lived up to the name of a godly archer. However, Wu Bufan's experience was vividly displayed at this moment. He was even more shocked than everyone else, yet his footsteps didn't stop in the slightest, and he actually seized this critical moment to instantly catch up to Huang Xiaodao and arrive less than 3 m away from her. The dust had settled. No matter how brilliant and magical an archer's archery was, once they were in close combat, they would definitely lose. Not only did the audience think so, but Wu Bufan also thought so. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a proud smile. Although this Huang Xiaodao was powerful, he still had the last laugh. After all, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. At this moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh because the outcome had been decided. Pu. A pitch-black bow and arrow suddenly pierced Wu Bufan's chest. Wu Bufan fell to the ground, still looking at Huang Xiaodao in disbelief. The audience was also dumbfounded. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that an archer would directly stab her opponent's chest after being in close combat. Furthermore, her movements were unusually skillful and coherent, without any signs of jerkiness. This woman simply didn't play by the rules. Unbeknownst to them, this move was completely created by Huang Xiaodao herself. It was an emergency move when a powerful spiritual beast was in close combat. Although it didn't seem like a technique at first glance, it was honed by life and death situations. It was almost an instinctive reaction, which was unusually practical and effective. Sir Referee, does this count as my win? Huang Xiaodao looked at Wu Bufan, who had fallen to the ground, and turned to ask the referee. Even the referee couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He then asked someone to carry Wu Bufan away for treatment, and at the same time, announced that Huang Xiaodao had won the first battle. Xiaodao, you've won this battle beautifully and brilliantly. Lin Yi smiled as he walked up to congratulate her. Huang Xiaodao's performance in this round was indeed remarkable, and he couldn't help but praise her. Not at all, I was just lucky, that's all. Huang Xiaodao lowered her head shyly, but in her heart, she was secretly happy for Lin Yi's praise. At this moment, Shanghai Lena was also extremely happy for Huang Xiaodao. Lin Yi won without a fight, and Huang Xiaodao won so brilliantly. The two people that she cared about the most had a good start, so of course she was in a good mood. Shanghai Tianhua, who was sitting next to her, looked at Huang Xiaodao with an obvious look of surprise. Based on his experience and knowledge, there were very few things that could surprise him, but Huang Xiaodao's performance really surprised him. Huang Xiaodao's amazing archery skills and the last unexpected arrow were secondary. This performance only showed that Huang Xiaodao was very talented, but it was not enough to surprise Shanghai Tianhua. What Shanghai Tianhua really cared about was that when Lin Yi challenged Su Zhaohe a while ago, Huang Xiaodao was watching the battle beside him. At that time, she was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, but now she suddenly became an expert in the early stage of gold core. Not only that, she was actually an expert with the strongest potential of a perfect gold core. Under normal circumstances, it might not be obvious whether it was a perfect breakthrough or not, but with Shanghai Tianhua's shrewd eyesight, as long as Huang Xiaodao made a move, he would already be able to see some clues. First, there was Lin Yi, and now there was Huang Xiaodao. When did there become so many experts with the perfect gold core? While Shanghai Tianhua was bewildered, the first round of the single elimination battle on the ring was still going on. This time, the one who went on the ring was Xu Lingchong, who had been the focus of attention recently. Under the gaze of the audience, Xu Lingchong calmly walked onto the ring. Chapter 4200. At the same time, he also released the powerful aura of the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm without holding anything back. However, although the person in charge of the inner court competition was his grandfather, Xu Yuanjing, Xu Lingchong's luck in drawing lots this time could not be said to be good, and could even be said to be extremely bad. Because the opponent he drew was actually an extremely experienced inner court core disciple, and his strength was at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. An expert at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm was absolutely worthy of the word expert when placed in the audience, but Xu Lingchong was only at the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm, and there was a gap of 2 whole levels between them. Even if he had a monstrous reputation, even if he had a deep background, at this time, facing the absolute gap in strength, what use was it? This was an experienced inner court core disciple, and his power and influence were completely ignored by him. Facing such a strong opponent, almost everyone was not optimistic about him, But Xu Lingchong did not have the slightest bit of worry. Until the referee announced the start of the battle, the corner of his mouth still hung an extremely confident Lin Yi, who was below the arena, took a look at Xu Lingchong's expression at this moment, and he could not help but be surprised. This expression did not seem to be faked. Could it be that this guy really has the strength to challenge someone 2 levels above him? Very quickly, the battle began, and Xu Lingchong's performance made everyone present dumbfounded. Facing the opponent, a late-stage Golden Core Realm expert, he, a middle-stage Golden Core Realm expert, actually suppressed his opponent from the beginning to the end. In front of him, his opponent actually did not have the slightest advantage, and was instead forced to retreat step by step, unable to turn the situation around, until finally, he was beaten down by Xu Lingchong, and the outcome was decided. For a moment, the audience was silent. A middle-stage Golden Core Realm expert actually completely crushed a late-stage Golden Core Realm expert. Who would dare to believe this? But the bloody truth was placed in front of their eyes. Everyone could not help but believe that Xu Lingchong, young Master Xu, was actually able to crush his opponent 2 levels above him, and this strength was simply heaven-defying. Compared to everyone who was looking at each other in dismay, at this moment in Shanghai Tianhua. In his heart, he was even more shocked, because he suddenly discovered that this Xu Lingchong was actually also a Golden Core Realm expert who had a perfect breakthrough. This discovery even made this top big shot of Shanghai Tianhua speechless. What exactly is going on with the 3 great pavilions this year? What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? And there are so many geniuses. That was not all. On the other side, although Meng Tong's strength was only at the early stage of the Gold Core Realm, he easily killed his opponent who was also at the early stage of the Gold Core Realm in a second. His performance was not as shocking as Xu Lingchong's. But it was equally eye-catching. Another perfect Golden Core stage expert. Shanghai Tianhua was stunned. With the addition of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, there were now 4 perfect Gold Core expert. There were very few people who could make a perfect breakthrough and form the 10,000 Gold Core. Even in 100 years, there wouldn't be one. It was because of this that they received the reputation of being the strongest Golden Core stage expert. However, all of a sudden, 4 masters of the perfect Gold Core stage appeared, and they were all concentrated in the 3 pavilions of the North Island. This situation was so strange that it made people's hearts tremble. Even with Shanghai Tianhua's knowledge, he had never seen or heard of such a thing. As the top figure of the 3 pavilions in the North Island, Shanghai Tianhua was puzzled, and he couldn't help wondering if it was a coincidence. Or was there an invisible hand behind the scenes pushing for it? Otherwise, why would there suddenly be so many perfect Gold Core experts? Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong. What kind of fortuitous encounter did these 2 guys have? I'm afraid it's because of that star ink stone. But it's the star ink stone. When did it become so much? It shouldn't be. Among the crowd, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. These 2 people were his sworn enemies, and they were thresholds that he had to cross head-on. Even though he'd already taken precautions against these 2 people when he met them earlier, he'd never imagined that these 2 people would actually become so troublesome to deal with. Especially Xu Lingchong. He was actually strong to such a shocking extent. If he were to meet Xu Lingchong one-on-one, unless Lin Yi used his ultimate weapon, he wouldn't have much chance of winning. On the other side, Nan Tianba and the 2 Southern Skygate brothers were also watching the show from the crowd, admiring Xu Lingchong's powerful strength. Nan Tianba was an inner core disciple of the early Gold Core stage. This time, he was also participating in the inner disciple competition, but it wasn't his turn yet. He was waiting for the next step to draw lots. Although Southern Skygate's strength wasn't at the Gold Core stage, it wasn't difficult for him to sneak in and watch the show with his identity. Of course, if he was just an ordinary outer disciple, he wouldn't even be able to step within a few miles of the North Island's arena, let alone watch the inner disciple competition. After all, the strength of a Gold Core stage disciple could already be regarded as the foundation of a sect, and this had to be kept strictly confidential. Big brother, this young Master Shu's strength is so heaven-defying. Do you think we should find a chance to curry favor with him? Otherwise, if we become enemies in the future, it won't be a joke. Southern Skygate suggested in a low voice. Curry favor with him? Nan Tianba's mouth twitched. His personality had always been overbearing, and he rarely lowered his head to others. However, after thinking about it, the current situation was indeed stronger than him. This Xu Lingchong was so powerful that it wasn't good to offend him, so he could only change the topic and say, "It won't be easy to explain to shopkeeper Sai, right?" Nominally, he and the two Southern Skygate brothers had already become outer members of the center, and they followed Sai Haixiao. Bullshit. I've asked around in private. When this young Master Shu came back, Sai Haixiao immediately came over to curry favor with him, but he didn't tell us. Southern Skygate curled his lips. Really? Then we can give it a try. Otherwise, when Xu Lingchong really makes it big, we'll be reduced to the sidelines, and won't even be able to get a share. Nan Tianba nodded thoughtfully. While the two brothers were whispering to each other, they suddenly felt someone pat them from behind. They were shocked, and when they turned around, they looked at each other in shock. The person in front of them was the traitorous disciple, Yu Zhe, who had disappeared for a long time. At this moment, he was standing there with a proud smile on his face. Carrying the crime of murdering his master, even if Yu Zhe wasn't wanted by the disciplinary hall, he was still a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. When he suddenly disappeared, he should have disappeared from the face of the earth. Who would have thought that after such a long time, this brat would still dare to appear in front of everyone, especially in front of the two Nan Tianba brothers? Nan Tianba was instantly enraged. He still wanted to take revenge for his third brother, Nan Tianyong. Previously, he wanted to cut Yu Zhe into 1,000 pieces as a living sacrifice, but this brat had disappeared from the face of the earth, using some unknown method to escape. Now that they suddenly met again, how could he not be angry? Nan Tianba was about to explode on the spot, but the Southern Skygate next to him quickly stopped him. Chapter 4201. Big Brother, today's inner disciple competition strictly forbids private fights. If you break the rules, you will be heavily punished. This brat dared to appear in front of us in order to provoke you. He has a sinister heart, you must not be fooled by him, Southern Skygate advised. Hearing this, Nan Tianba suppressed his anger and pointed at Yu Zhe's nose. You rebellious disciple, you actually dared to come back. You really have guts. That's good, I've been looking for you for so long and now you've come to me. Haha, isn't this Nan Tianba and Southern Skygate's martial uncles? I haven't seen you for a long time. Yu Zhe, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He didn't put the two of them in his eyes at all. Instead, he proudly laughed. Oh right, I was wrong. You two are no longer my martial uncles. Wahahaha. Nonsense, how could we have such a rebellious disciple like you? Nan Tianba angrily said. You two have misunderstood. What I mean is, you two are not worthy to be my martial uncles. Ha 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 ha. Yu Zhe still had a fearless and arrogant expression on his face. You're courting death. Nan Tianba was unable to restrain his anger and was about to attack Yu Zhe. Even if he had to be heavily punished, he still had to teach this reckless disciple a lesson today. After so many months, he didn't know why Yu Zhe suddenly appeared and why he dared to act like this in front of the two of them. However, no matter what the reason was, it couldn't change the fact that this brat was a clown. With Nan Tianba's tyrannical personality, how could he tolerate someone throwing sand in his eyes? However, just as Nan Tianba was about to make his move, Yu Zhe suddenly coldly smiled and released his aura without any reservation. Surprisingly, he was at the early gold core stage. The two sides were very close. Nan Tianba and Southern Skygate were caught off guard and were so scared that they took a step back. Both of them were shocked and looked at each other. You're actually at the early gold core stage. How is this possible? Nan Tianba said with a face full of disbelief. He himself was also at the early gold core stage. Moreover, he was already very experienced, and was much stronger than the average beginning stage golden elixir realm expert. However, in front of this rebellious disciple, Yu Zhe, he actually felt a sense of danger, causing him to instinctively shudder. What's impossible about this? He was only at the early golden core stage. After a while, I'll be even stronger than this. Yu Zhe sneered proudly. His expression was filled with indescribable confidence. Humph! What a vile man! Although Nan Tianba and Southern Skygate were shocked, they still asked in a low voice, "Where have you been all this time? What do you think?" Yuzha glanced at the two of them playfully, curled his lips, and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, this matter is actually quite interesting. I still have to thank the two of you. If it weren't for the two of you wanting to cut me into 1,000 pieces and use me as a living sacrifice, I wouldn't have had such a fortuitous encounter. Forgive me for being curious, but what are the two of you feeling right now? Was it apprehension, fear, or regret? Ha ha ha. Cut the crap. Don't run if you have the guts. Come out and fight me. I don't believe that I can't deal with a clown like you." Nan Tianba's anger soared to the heavens. Southern Skygate only had the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, so he was no longer Yuzha's opponent. However, he was Nan Tianba. Even if he felt the threat of Yuzha, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill this rebellious disciple. No matter what crooked methods Yuzha used to increase his strength, in front of a veteran Gold Core early stage expert, he was still a paper tiger. "Don't worry, I'm going to participate in the inner sect competition anyways. Who knows, maybe I'll pick you on the stage. At that time, in front of so many people, I'll return the humiliation you brought me, you old dog. Bit by bit, I'll return it to you, wahahaha." Yuzha calmly sneered. Being called an old dog in front of him. Nan Tianba was so domineering that his veins popped. He tightly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Then what if I don't pick you? What will you say?" "Humph, then we'll directly challenge you. If there's no audience for a popular show like Revenge, don't you think it'd be boring?" Yuzha smiled. From his words and actions, he didn't put Nan Tianba in his eyes at all. As for Southern Skygate, there was no need to even mention it. "All right, then we'll wait and see." Nan Tianba fiercely glared at him. He wanted to skin this scum alive, but it wasn't time yet, so he could only endure it for a while. He didn't know if someone had secretly done something, or if it was really a coincidence, but after a while, the result of the draw was actually Nan Tianba against Yuzha. "Humph, it's really the will of the heavens. It looks like Third Brother's spirit in heaven wants me to take revenge for him." Nan Tianba sneered and took the lead to walk onto the stage. Hee, maybe he feels lonely and wants me to send you to accompany him?" Yuzha also sneered. When he walked onto the stage, the entire audience was in an uproar. The matter of Yuzha killing his master, although it wasn't officially decided by the law enforcement hall and he wasn't wanted on the wanted list, it caused a huge uproar and everyone knew about it. Who would have thought that this guy would return at such a crucial moment in the inner sect competition? Moreover, this guy was now an early-stage Gold Core expert. After Shu Lingchong, he was the second person to suddenly return after disappearing, and his strength had inexplicably increased. For a moment, everyone in the audience had the thought of watching a good show. This kind of grudge match was something they loved to see. Even if everyone in the audience were Gold Core experts, they still had the heart to gossip. Both sides on the stage were at daggers drawn. After confronting each other for a moment, following the referee's order, both of them rushed forward at the same time. Both sides were filled with murderous intent, looking like they wanted to eat each other up. This Yuzha seemed a bit strange, and although Nan Tianba was only at the early stage of Gold Core, he was a ruthless character who killed decisively. His strength was much stronger than an average expert of the same level. Moreover, this was an unforgettable grudge match. Everyone thought that the process of this match would be very anxious, but they didn't expect that the development of the situation would be far beyond their expectations. In just one move, this grudge match was decided. Nan Tianba was directly swept away by a sword chi, and Yuzha won. Even when the referee announced the winner, the audience still hadn't reacted. It was completely silent, and everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was rare to see a good show to relieve boredom. How could it end like this? At this moment, on the viewing platform, Shanghai Tianhua was even more speechless. Another Gold Core expert had a perfect breakthrough, and this was already the fifth. Wasn't this world a bit too crazy? Below the stage, Southern Skygate hurriedly helped the embarrassed Nan Tianba up. Although he was sent flying in one move, Nan Tianba was after all experienced. At this moment, he actually didn't suffer any serious injuries. He only looked a bit embarrassed, that's all. Chapter 4202. Even so, in front of so many Golden Core experts, he was defeated by his traitorous disciple Yuzha in one move. This time, he had lost all of his face. He stood in place with a shocked expression, not daring to raise his head for a long time. "Old dog, now you know how powerful I am." Wahahaha. Yuzha laughed proudly on the stage. This time, he had finally vented his anger. Nan Tianba and Southern Skygate looked at him hatefully, but they didn't dare to talk back. They could only lower their heads and leave the stage. Aside from the two of them, everyone present was at least a Golden Core expert. Yuzha was originally a nobody, yet he dared to be so arrogant. This naturally made people unhappy. However, Yuzha was able to defeat Nan Tianba in one move. His strength was obvious to all. No one was willing to provoke this kind of person for no reason. Lin Yi, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Yuzha's strength really couldn't be underestimated. His intuition told him that this guy and Shu Lingchong had some kind of unknown relationship. After all, the two's performance was too similar. On the first day, the first round of the individual battles ended and the top 100 list was announced. Compared to the previous rounds, there was a big difference. There were a lot more new faces. Although there would always be a group of new Golden Core experts among the outer disciples of the three great pavilions, they would all participate in the inner sect competition. However, because of their strength, very few of them would enter the top 100 list. After all, they were both early-stage Golden Core experts. Compared to the outer disciples, the inner disciples' strength was at least one level higher. Under normal circumstances, very few people could win in this kind of situation. However, this time, there were many outer disciples that advanced to the top 100. Among them, Lin Yi and Meng Tong were even newcomers to the new pavilions. With so many new people emerging from the three great pavilions, it was like the new generation was pushing the old generation. On the second day, the second round of the individual battles began. It was still the elimination round. This time, Lin Yi's opponent really surprised him. It was actually Yuzha. The two of them faced each other from afar. The aura that Yuzha emitted made Lin Yi's heart tremble. Yesterday, he was far away from the stage, so he couldn't feel it too clearly. However, at this moment, he realized that this guy was not any weaker than him, if there were no accidents. This Yuzha should also be a perfect Golden Core expert. Lin Yi secretly determined in his heart, and besides being suspicious, he couldn't help but be even more surprised and bewildered. Shu Lingchong, Meng Tong, and Yuzha kept having the feeling that there was a shapeless hand controlling all of this from behind. "Hihi, long time no see, Lin Yi. Last time, I was tricked by your crafty schemes. You won't be so lucky this time. Why don't you know what's good for you and directly beg me for mercy and admit defeat? Maybe I'll be merciful and let you live," Yuzha said with a cold smile. Beg for mercy? It was not impossible. But you seem to have it the other way around. It should be you begging me for mercy, right? Hey, in the few times we fought, which time didn't you flee in defeat? Lin Yi asked with a faint smile. Temph, he just got lucky. How dare you mention the past to me? Can't you see the current situation clearly? Do you really think you're invincible just because you have the title of Rookie King? Yuzha's expression instantly turned cold. Invincible? Then I'm not that ignorant. But if it's just dealing with scum like you, it's more than enough. Lin Yi's expression was still indifferent. You. Yuzha was about to taunt back when his expression suddenly changed. Because he noticed that Lin Yi's hands were purposely hidden behind his back, as if he was doing something petty. His mind quivered. Yuzha instantly recalled the scene when Lin Yi dealt with Nan Tianyong. Looking at this posture, this brat should be secretly condensing that whatever pill firebomb again. So he purposely lured him to taunt and stall for time. Regarding this pill firebomb, Yuzha had a shadow in his heart. Back then, Lin Yi's meager strength was enough to mess with Nan Tianyong, a peak late-stage foundation establishment expert, until he was half dead. Now that they were both early-stage Golden Core experts, no matter how confident he was in his own strength, he didn't dare to let Lin Yi hold back his big move. Don't even think about stalling for time. Use the same trick again. Yuzha didn't dare to continue talking nonsense. He hurriedly condensed sword chi at his fingertips and went straight for Lin Yi, swearing to interrupt Lin Yi's accumulation. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't dodge. At the same time, his figure flashed towards Yuzha. When they were close enough, the hands hidden behind his back suddenly attacked, as if he wanted to slap Yuzha's face. As expected, Yuzha understood. He was certain that Lin Yi had a pill firebomb in his hands. He didn't dare to take it head-on. His figure flashed and he was about to dodge to the side. That was his intention all along, to lure Lin Yi's refinement firebomb out. As long as he could dodge it, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. The refinement firebomb was a heaven-defying trump card, and he couldn't control it as he pleased. This was the perfect opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Lin Yi. But in the next moment, the expression on Yuzha's face became extremely interesting. Lin Yi didn't have anything in his hands. He didn't even condense any true chi, let alone a pill firebomb. He was just fooling around with him. Yuzha instantly flew into a rage. But before he could do anything, Lin Yi had already swept his mad fire thousand legs on his body. Caught off guard, Yuzha was directly kicked out and fell off the stage. Lin Yi wins, the judge immediately announced. The entire crowd was stunned. When Yuzha came to his senses, he angrily stomped his feet below the stage and cursed, "Despicable and shameless. You fucking cheated. Oh, whatever you say, idiot." Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. After nodding at the judge, he calmly walked off the stage. You. Yuzha was choked by these words and couldn't speak for a long time. He was so angry that he wanted to eat someone on the spot. This time, defeating Nan Tianba in one move was just a small appetizer. He was prepared to show off his godly power, but he didn't think that he would be toyed with by Lin Yi. He didn't even have the chance to display his true strength before being defeated. No one would be willing to accept this. Looking at his expression, Lin Yi faintly curled his lips. He was too lazy to bother with him. If they were to really compete in strength, even though Yuzha was an early-stage gold core expert, Lin Yi was still confident that he could directly crush his opponent. But this would waste a lot of energy. As long as he could win, it didn't matter how he won. Lin Yi didn't want to waste too much energy on Yuzha. It should be known that today was different from yesterday. Yesterday they only needed to fight one round, but after the second round was over, the third round would immediately begin. Whether or not they could preserve enough energy was very important. Chapter 4203. Good. Well done. This traitorous disciple deserves to be disgraced. In the crowd, Nan Tianba and the Nan Tianmen brothers felt relieved when they saw this scene. Although Lin Yi was also their enemy, his hatred towards Yuzha was much higher. Yesterday, he had just been humiliated by Yuzha, and today, he saw Yuzha end up in the same situation. This feeling was too great. Lin Yi ignored the cursing Yuzha and turned his attention to another match. One of the main characters was Huang Xiaodao, and her opponent today was Meng Tong. If it was a coincidence, it was already a coincidence that Lin Yi was matched up against Yuzha. He didn't expect Huang Xiaodao to be matched up against Meng Tong. This could no longer be explained as a coincidence. In addition, the host of the inner disciple competition was Xu Yuanjing. It would be strange to say that no one had secretly tampered with the drawing of lots. Huang Xiaodao and Meng Tong were both in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, they both had a perfect breakthrough to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Purely in terms of strength, they could be considered a pair of formidable opponents. However, Huang Xiaotao's martial arts and weapons were at a great disadvantage in the arena. Especially in a one-on-one battle, there was no one who could cover for her. It was already not easy to win against Wu Bufan in the first round yesterday. Now that she was matched up against Meng Tong, who was also a perfect Golden Core expert, her chances of winning were naturally not high. Even Lin Yi didn't expect her to win. Meng Tong's strength was far superior to Wu Bufan's. Moreover, he was an expert with 1,000 kicks and was a speed-type expert. It would be much easier for him to close the distance between him and Huang Xiaodao than Wu Bufan. More importantly, Huang Xiaotao's move of turning an arrow into a spear had already been exposed yesterday. Once this move was guarded against, it would be difficult for it to have any effect. The truth was indeed as Lin Yi expected. After persisting for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Huang Xiaodao was finally defeated by Meng Tong's 1,000 kicks. Fortunately, Lin Yi had already instructed her to protect herself. This time, Meng Tong had followed Xu Lingcheng's instructions and wanted to directly kill Huang Xiaodao, putting Lin Yi in a difficult position in the following 2-on-2 battle. He didn't expect that Huang Xiaodao would choose to admit defeat after knowing that she was no match for him, leaving him with no way to make a move. H. Consider yourself lucky that you escaped quickly, Meng Tong sneered as he glanced at Huang Xiaodao. He then walked down the stage and faced Xu Lingcheng. With a face full of disdain, he commented, "Just so. That's good. Lin Yi has found such a trashy woman to be his partner. When the time comes, he'll just be asking for trouble." Xu Lingcheng laughed and nodded in relief. Huang Xiaotao's performance yesterday was also a rare sight to behold. At first, he was still a little afraid of her, but now that Meng Tong had found out more about her, there was nothing to worry about. In the morning, the second round of the individual battles had all ended. The list of the top 50 was released. Lin Yi, Meng Tong, and Xu Lingcheng, these few new faces from the inner sect competition were still on the list. Compared to the top 100, the quality of the top 50 list was obviously a level higher. Getting into the top 100 could still depend on luck, but to get into the top 50, one must have real strength. There was no doubt about this. The top 50 was already considered the upper class among all the gold core stage disciples. There was already a world of difference between them and the people behind. Not to mention anything else, at least they could already ensure that they would get points, even if the last place only had 1 point. In the afternoon, the third round of the individual battles began. The remaining 50 people charged towards the top 25. However, there were not 25 matches in the competition. Among the top 50, there were some people who had won in the morning, but it was a narrow or even a Pyrrhic victory. Even if they were not seriously injured, they had used up all their Jin Qi and could no longer continue to fight. This kind of situation had already appeared in the second round in the morning. However, after a night of rest, most of them still had the strength to fight, so it was rare for them to directly give up. Now that it was the third round, there were at least 10 people in the top 50 who were forced to give up. They did not participate in the drawing of lots, but directly tied for the last place in the top 50, and each obtained 1 point. As for the rest of the people, they continued to draw lots to compete. Once they lost, it meant that they would stop here. If they won, it did not mean that they could go further, because after every round, there would be people who could not continue to fight due to their poor condition, and after obtaining the corresponding points, they would withdraw. Along the way, Lin Yi was more scared than hurt. Finally, after defeating a peak gold core middle stage master by luck, he stood at the peak of the top 50 and entered the final of the individual battles. Such a domineering performance really stunned everyone present. He was only an expert at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, and he was even a new disciple of the Welcome Pavilion that had only joined the 3 great pavilions for a year. Now he had actually passed through all the tests successfully and entered into the finals of the individual battles of the inner court competition. This was an unprecedented feat, a legend that could be recorded in the annals of history. Even Zhong Liju from all those years ago didn't defy the heavens to such an extent. Of course, besides his own tyrannical strength, another important reason why Lin Yi was able to successfully laugh until the end was because there were very few core disciples above the late stage of the Golden Core stage participating in the inner sect competition, and even those at the peak of the Golden Core stage rarely appeared here. Most people whose strength had reached this level were already disciples of the various higher-ups of the sect, and some weren't even disciples in name, but official disciples, so there was no need for them to participate in the inner sect competition at all. Their cultivation resources were naturally prepared by these higher-ups themselves, and they didn't need to rely on the resources allocated by the officials of the 3 great pavilions. Naturally, there was no need for them to participate in the inner sect competition. In fact, many core disciples of the inner sect wouldn't participate in the inner sect competition in the second year after they became disciples in name of the higher-ups of the sect. Of course, there were always some exceptions. For example, the peak gold core middle stage master that Lin Yi faced earlier, or the advanced stage master that Xu Lingchong faced in the first round. At the same time that Lin Yi had locked in his position in the finals, the outcome of the battle had similarly been decided on the other side. The opponent that Lin Yi was about to face was precisely his old enemy, Xu Lingchong. At this moment, the sky was already dusk. Both of them stood on the arena of the finals, and the afterglow of the setting sun descended onto their bodies, causing them to actually seem to be dyed in a crimson-red killing intent, causing everyone below the arena to be unable to look directly at them. The battle hadn't even begun, yet the atmosphere was already confrontational, and the interest of everyone below the arena was aroused. No matter if it was Lin Yi or Xu Lingchong, they were both influential figures at the center of the conversation. Now that they'd both advanced into the finals of the individual battles, it was extremely explosive. Chapter 4204. He, little Lan who do you hope to win? Shanghai Tianhua said with a smile. WX, of course I hope that little junior brother wins, but. Shanghai Lena pursed her lips. Although she didn't want to say disheartening words, she had always been very confident in Lin Yi, but the problem was that Xu Lingchong was too strong after he came back. Previously, he could even easily crush a late-stage gold core realm expert, and Lin Yi had a hard time winning against a peak middle-stage gold core realm expert. She just didn't like to cultivate, but under the influence of Shanghai Tianhua for so many years, she still had a good eye. She could see that unless Lin Yi had another strong trump card, it would be difficult to win against Xu Lingchong head-on. But you think that Lin Yi can't win against Xu Lingchong? Shanghai Tianhua smiled non-committally, and said indifferently, watch carefully, in so many years of inner court competition, this year's is the most interesting. On the arena, Xu Lingchong looked at Lin Yi opposite him, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a proud smile. He and Lin Yi were standing on this final arena, and it wasn't purely a coincidence. It could be said that he secretly found someone to arrange it, but he really didn't think that Lin Yi could actually reach this step. Otherwise, if Lin Yi didn't have enough strength, even if he secretly arranged it, there was no way he could stay until now. But this was just right. He found a late-stage gold core realm expert for the first battle, announcing his strong entrance, and now he just happened to take Lin Yi's head in the final battle, to celebrate his ascension to the first throne in the inner court competition. This was Xu Lingchong's original intention. It's really not easy for a pretentious newbie to stumble into the finals, but this young master isn't so exciting. There's no challenge at all, it's really boring. Xu Lingchong paused for a moment, then said with a playful expression, with so many grudges between us, I should take this opportunity to properly torture you. However, this young master has decided to be merciful for once. I'll give you a word of advice. I admit defeat. Oh, since you've made such a sincere request, I'll do as you wish and admit defeat. Lin Yi nodded and said with a playful smile on his face. Huh! Did he admit defeat just like that? Everyone in the audience was in an uproar. They had thought that it would be a fierce battle, and they were mentally prepared to witness a battle of the limelight. But in the end, Lin Yi actually admitted defeat. It was like punching a cotton ball in the balls. In other words, you've already taken off your pants, and you're showing us this. Not only were the audience dumbfounded, even Xu Ling, who was on the stage, had a look of disbelief on her face, unable to close her mouth for a long time. Asking Lin Yi to take the initiative to admit defeat was just a joke he used to mock others. Even he himself felt that it was impossible. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would actually obediently do as he was told? As for Shanghai Lena and Huang Xiaodao in the audience at the moment, their expressions were also stunned. Apart from being surprised, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least Lin Yi would not be injured. Not only that, even Shanghai Tianhua, who was next to them, after hearing Lin Yi's words, could not help but look stunned, and then he laughed and shook his head. This little guy really didn't play cards according to the routine. However, it was also this unconventional way of playing cards that proved that Lin Yi was not a simple-minded boor. Not only did he have strength and potential, but he also did things calmly and knew when to advance and retreat. He did not care about temporary gains and losses, so that he could go further in the future. In fact, Lin Yi already had a hard time winning against an expert in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm in the last round. He had used up a lot of physical strength and vital energy, and even suffered some minor injuries. Although his injuries had been healed by the art of dragon mastery, and his vital energy had almost recovered under the replenishment of the space in the jade pendant, but the mental fatigue was not so easy to relieve. With his current state, against Xu Lingchong, who was at the peak of the midday sky, it was not to say that he had no chance of winning, but at least it was very difficult, and he needed to pay a huge price to have a chance. Knowing that his state was not good, but still forcefully acting tough, that was the behavior of a brainless boar. Lin Yi had not pretended to be pretentious to this extent. One must know that even if Lin Yi directly admitted defeat, he would still be second in the individual battle, and he would still be able to get 49 points, which was only a little less than Xu Lingchong's 50 points. There was still the pair battle, and this little point could not be considered a difference at all. After all, the final ranking was based on the sum of the points of the two battles. As for whether it was first or second in the individual battle, no one would care about it. Admit defeat just like that. Don't you, this pretentious newbie, always know how to act pretentious? Why don't you dare today? After Xu Lingchong recovered from his shock, he instantly seized the opportunity to ridicule Lin Yi, and he mocked and ridiculed. Looks like you, this newcomer king, is still very sensible. I allowed you to jump around like this in the past, but it was only because I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to you. Now that I have the chance to deal with you, in the end, you became a tortoise that hid its head in its shell without saying a word. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, you've really carried out the words very well. At the same time that Xu Lingchong seized the opportunity to ridicule Lin Yi without restraint on the arena, the people below the arena were pointing and discussing, and the gazes they shot at Lin Yi were obviously much more disdainful than before. Looks like this so-called pretentious newcomer king that came out of nowhere is nothing more than this, and he has an undeserved reputation. Lin Yi smiled indifferently, and utterly couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Xu Lingchong and the people below the arena, as if nothing had happened. He turned around and walked down the arena by himself, and the expression on his face was still carefree from the beginning until the end, as if he didn't care in the slightest. At this point, the single battles of the first segment of the inner court competition had all ended, and at the same time that a pile of topics were left behind, it could be summed up with a single word: new disciples emerge in large numbers. The first, Xu Lingchong, was an outer court disciple that was participating in the inner court competition for the first time. The second, Lin Yi, was instead simply a new disciple of the Welcome Pavilion. As for the others, Meng Tong, Yu Zhe, and the others, all of them had left a deep impression on everyone. This sort of outcome was absolutely unprecedented, and everyone could already foresee that this generation of inner court disciples would surely become a golden generation that was sufficient to be recorded in the annals of history, and besides causing people to take delight in talking about them, they would lead the future of the three great pavilions of the Northern Island. After the single battles ended, there would be 3 days of rest and reorganization time, and right after that would be the pair battles. Because the number of battles would be halved, the schedule of the battles at that time would be even more compact than the single battles, and it would be completed within a single day, and there wouldn't be any chance for rest and reorganization. Chapter 4205. Even if they didn't get a point in the previous single battle, as long as they did well in the next pair battle, there was still a possibility of catching up and succeeding. Because in the pair battle, both participants would get the same points. For example, in the first place, both of them would get 50 points each. In addition, the number of matches in the pair battle would be reduced by half. As long as they could win one round, they would be able to enter the top 50 and get points, which was much easier than the single battle. If they performed well in the pair battle, even if they didn't get a point in the single battle, they would still be on the list in the end, and it was very likely to be on the list. After all, those disciples who got points in the single battle might be directly eliminated in the second round without getting a point. This was not impossible. In short, before the official start of the pair battle, it was still too early to say anything now. Only after all the battles were over would the dust finally settle. After Xu Yuanjing announced, all the disciples dispersed to rest and reorganize. Lin Yi returned to his cave residence with Huang Xiaodao, taking advantage of these 3 days to continue to practice the Frenzy 8 diagrams palm. After all, this was the only joint attack trump card they could rely on. Apart from this, they could only fight individually, and they would be very passive if they encountered a strong enemy. Lin Yi had a hunch that in the next pair battle, he and Huang Xiaodao were very likely to encounter Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong. With these two people's aggressive posture, if they didn't quickly practice the Frenzy 8 diagram's palm, it would be really hard to say who would be the winner. However, what made Lin Yi dumbfounded was that Shanghai Lena also insisted on coming to join in the fun. For 3 days, she had been staying with Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao. It should be known that this girl was not interested in martial arts cultivation at all in the past. This time, it was rare for her to be abnormal. What exactly was she thinking? It was estimated that only Lena herself knew in her heart. 3 days passed in a flash, and all the participating disciples once again gathered in the North Island arena. The highly anticipated pair battle of the inner core competition officially began. The first person to be drawn to appear on the stage was a familiar face. It was a familiar face that he had met once before. It was Yu Daong, who had directly admitted defeat to Lin Yi in the first round of the one-on-one battle. He was at the early stage of the gold core realm. Although his partner was stronger, there was a limit to his strength. He was only at the peak of the early stage of the gold core realm. Such a combination could not be considered strong on paper. Moreover, the results of the two of them in the previous individual battles were not good. Neither of them had obtained a single point, which was seen by the audience. Naturally, he would think that this pair of people was purely cannon fodder and had no chance of winning. However, the final result was a huge shock. The two of them faced a team of 2 experts at the peak of the early golden elixir realm, and they actually defeated the strong with the weak and had the last laugh. The cooperation between these two people is quite good, especially this Yu Daong. I originally thought that he would be the other party's breakthrough point, but I didn't expect him to beat me at my own game. Instead, he became the turning point of victory and defeat. He's not a simple character, Lin Yi commented. The first time he took the initiative to admit defeat, the second time he beat Yu Daong at his own game. In the eyes of others, he might not be as dazzling as the genius newcomers, but Lin Yi secretly remembered this person's name in his heart. This person was not an ordinary person. In the future, if there were enough opportunities, it was not impossible for him to become a great talent. In the future, they would all be inner disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Perhaps there would be opportunities to interact with each other. And just as Lin Yi secretly nodded, the next pair on the stage. This caused an uproar in the audience. Even Lin Yi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw it. One of them was Yu Zhe. Although he had been the talk of the town in the solo battle, he had been defeated by Lin Yi in one move. He wouldn't have been able to cause a commotion if he was alone, but the key was that his teammate was Nan Tianba. Looking at this pair on the stage, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but roar in their hearts. What kind of world is this? These two guys had a deep hatred for each other. A few days ago, they were trampling each other to death. In the end, they became partners in the blink of an eye. Was this really going against the heavens? Amidst the exclamations, Yu Zhe and Nan Tianba had already joined forces on the stage to fight. The two of them were in the early golden elixir realm, but they had to face a team of experts at the peak of the early golden elixir realm. Normally, they had no chance of winning, but in the end, it was a completely one-sided crushing. Yu Zhe and Nan Tianba, the two of them relied on their uncoordinated teamwork to crush their opponents and enter the top 50 with their heads held high. Chapter 4206. Yes, young Master Shu, I'm here to report to you. As Yu Zhe spoke, he smiled and looked at Nantian Ba and Nantian Gate playfully. Report. Nantian Ba and Nantian Gate were dumbfounded. Yu Zhe had never interacted with this young Master Shu before. How did he suddenly become young Master Shu's underling? That's right. You two might not know this, but Yu Zhe is already a member of our center. Shu Lingchong explained to the two. Furthermore, he's different from you two. He's not just an outer member, he's a special assistant that the mysterious person assigned to me. Special assistant? Nantian Ba and Nantian Gate exchanged glances with each other. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Apart from the shock, their expressions also became extremely interesting. They had just hugged a thick thigh and thought that they wouldn't have to be afraid of Yu Zhe anymore. They thought that they could borrow young Master Shu's power to take care of this disgraceful scoundrel. But in the blink of an eye, they had become allies. What was even more ridiculous was that Yu Zhe's position as a traitor was actually higher than the two of them. Since you've already joined the center, don't think about your previous grudges. There's no point in thinking about it. If anyone dares to harm one of our own, I won't forgive them. Shu Lingchong swept his gaze across the three people in front of him and said calmly. He emitted the aura of a superior and gave off an imposing aura without being angry. Yes. Yu Zhe agreed straightforwardly. After all, he had already gotten his revenge in the first round of the individual battles. He had already vented his anger. Furthermore, his strength and future were much stronger than Nantian Ba and the others, so there was nothing to worry about. Nantian Ba and Nantian Gate looked at each other unwillingly. However, due to Shu Lingchong's tyrannical power, they could only nod in agreement. They knew that it was impossible to get revenge on Yu Zhe now. Even their uncle, Nantian Aurora, who was far away on the Middle Island, might not be able to do it. Nantian Aurora had also joined the center. Furthermore, he was a core member. However, the center couldn't allow him to harm one of their own. They could only continue to suppress their anger for the time being. Very good. We don't have any other assignments for now, so make good use of the inner court competition this time and try to obtain as much attention as possible. It's best if you can seize the opportunity to become a disciple of some higher-ups, understand? Shu Lingchong instructed. Yes, but young Master Shu. Right now, I'm still lacking a partner to fight in pairs. Yu Zhe replied. He had just returned a few days ago, and he didn't know any Aurus core stage experts before this, so it was normal that he didn't have a partner at the moment. That's simple. Isn't there a ready-made one in front of us? Nan Tianba, you'll partner with Yu Zhe next. If you've already agreed on a partner, kick them out. Our own people are more important. Shu Lingchong said decisively. Although Nan Tianba's expression was somewhat conflicted, he did not dare to disobey Shu Lingchong's orders. He could only force himself to put aside his personal grudges and temporarily choose to ally with Yu Zhe. Both of them were competing against each other in the inner court grand competition. That was why the scene that everyone was confused had occurred today. While everyone was puzzled, they couldn't help but feel fearful in their hearts when faced with this odd duo. After all, Yu Zhe's performance really couldn't be underestimated, and he absolutely couldn't let his guard down when facing them. Otherwise, he might follow in the footsteps of this pair of peak early-stage golden core cultivators. However, although the duo of Yu Zhe and Nan Tianba was fearful, to those inner court core disciples who were truly strong, they didn't need to worry too much. The newcomer duo that was about to go up next was the one that they truly needed to be on tenterhooks with, Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong. Meng Tong was a newcomer who came from the welcoming pavilion like Lin Yi. The strength that he had displayed in the individual battles was not the slightest bit weaker than Yu Zhe, and even surpassed him. At least in terms of ranking, he was much better than Yu Zhe, who was blocked out of the top 50 by Lin Yi. And Shu Lingchong's strong strength was obvious to all. From the first round of the individual battles to the last place, he crushed his opponents without any suspense. Looking at all the Aurus core stage disciples that participated in this year's inner court grand competition, there simply wasn't a single opponent that could match up to him. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Yi, who also had a good reputation, would be a competitor. After all, he also relied on his tyrannical strength to forcefully enter the finals of the individual battles. But reality proved that this pretentious newcomer king was not even worth mentioning in front of the powerful Shu Lingchong. He didn't even have the courage to fight with Shu Lingchong. What strength was there to talk about? He was just a pretentious leader that only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. With a strong aura, Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong slowly walked up to the arena side by side. They were like emperors looking down at the spectators below the arena, the corners of their mouths raised into an incomparably confident smile. At this time, their opponents had not been drawn yet, but Shu Lingchong already knew who the opponent would be, because he had already informed Shu Yuanjing that in the first round of the duo battles, he would fight Lin Yi. In the individual battles before, he deliberately did not meet Lin Yi, and kept it until the finals. Xu Lingchong did it so that he could trample Lin Yi to death in the finals. Only then would it be considered complete. But he did not expect that Lin Yi would be so cunning, directly choosing to admit defeat and not giving him a chance to make a move at all. Lin Yi also obtained 49 points, which made him secretly feel that he had miscalculated. So this time, he wanted to kill Lin Yi as soon as he came up, not giving Lin Yi any chance. If Lin Yi directly admitted defeat, then there wouldn't be any points for the duo battles, and the loss wouldn't be just 1 or 2 points. As expected, the opponents that were drawn next caused another uproar. It was Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao. Amidst the clamor, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao walked up to the arena and stood opposite Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong. Their faces were calm and composed. Lin Yi was naturally not afraid of Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong. As for Huang Xiaodao, she was a little nervous at this moment, but she was wearing a veil, so no one could see it. Pretentious Rookie King, since you chose to directly admit defeat in the individual battles before, why don't you be a little more tactful and admit defeat together this time? Xu Lingchong took the lead and laughed coldly. In any case, the two of you were defeated by Chongchong and me. Now that you are together, you will only lose faster and more miserably. Since Chongchong is kind enough to give you a way out, you might as well be tactful and directly admit defeat, so that you won't be beaten to tears by the two of us later. That would be too embarrassing, don't you think? Meng Tong, who was at the side, echoed with a face full of contempt. Chapter 4207. Even so, they knew that relying on their own strength, it would not be easy to get back at them. Now that there was a rare opportunity to support the strong and trample on the weak, they would naturally spare no effort in ridiculing him. Faced with the boos of the audience, Huang Xiaodao, who was already somewhat nervous, could not help but clench her fists. However, Lin Yi, who was standing next to her, still maintained a calm and composed expression. Instead, he even laughed as if nothing had happened, causing the audience to be puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong exchanged glances, then pretended to have a sudden realization. "Oh, this is the legendary disguise of awkwardness, right? The skin of the pretentious newcomer king is not as thick as we thought. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, don't think too much about it. Especially what Chong isn't the way you two address each other. The reason why I didn't fight you in the individual battle was because I was too lazy to fight you. I didn't expect you to actually take it seriously." Lin Yi pursed his lips with a faint smile. "You've really reached a certain level of shameless boasting. With your insignificant strength of the early gold core stage, you dare to say that you're going easy on me, a middle gold core stage? Do you believe these words yourself?" Xu Lingchong immediately sneered. The crowd jeered as well. Xu Lingchong was at least a level higher than Lin Yi, be it in terms of strength or the performance in the single combat. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Saying that he was going easy on Lin Yi just because he couldn't beat Lin Yi was too much of a child's play. "I believe it. You guys don't believe it now, but you'll believe it soon." Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with Huang Xiaodao with a smile. Seeing his expression, the originally nervous Huang Xiaodao suddenly relaxed for some reason. It was as if the overbearing pressure from Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong had disappeared in an instant. At this moment, there was only Lin Yi in her eyes. "Don't deceive yourself. I'll make you wake up right now." Xu Lingchong snorted coldly. He immediately pounced towards Lin Yi and made the first move. Meng Tong, who was beside him, also pounced at the same time, but his target was Huang Xiaodao. Even though it was a duo battle, with their strength, they didn't need to cooperate at all, and a one-on-one battle was already sufficient to annihilate their opponents. After all, no matter if it was Lin Yi or Huang Xiaodao, both of them had merely been defeated by them. Meng Tong attacked menacingly. The martial skill he used to deal with Huang Xiaodao was still his usual 1,000 kicks. Huang Xiaodao had been killed in the same way during the one-on-one battle. This time, it was merely a repeat. As for Xu Lingchong, he had revealed his secret weapon, the Nine Heavens Poison Dragon Whip. The whip was 15 meters long, made from the top-grade dark iron, and divided into 360 sections. Each section was a sharp dagger, glowing with a poisonous green light. No matter how powerful one was, once the ninth heaven poison dragon whip opened a wound, even if one didn't die, they would lose half of their life. Xu Lingchong was an expert in the middle stage of the gold elixir realm. His strength was comparable to an ordinary late-stage gold elixir realm, and with the ninth heaven poison dragon whip, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Therefore, in the inner disciple competition, where experts above the late stage of the gold elixir realm rarely showed up, he could be so invincible. That was a matter of course. In fact, after his strength had skyrocketed, Xu Lingchong's confidence had become unprecedentedly strong. Not to mention killing Lin Yi in one-on-one, even if Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were to attack together, he could still easily crush them. Now that he had asked Meng Tong to cooperate with him, he already thought highly of Lin Yi. The ninth heaven poison dragon whip made a sharp whistling sound, turning into a sky full of whip shadows, instantly covering the top of Lin Yi's head. Suddenly, there was a sound of people gasping. At this moment, Xu Lingchong was unprecedentedly serious. The power of the ninth heaven poison dragon whip was obviously a level higher than when he fought against a late-stage gold elixir realm expert in the first round of the one-on-one battle. Even the spectators in the arena couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine after seeing it. If they were in Lin Yi's position, they would most likely be directly killed. However, Lin Yi seemed to be prepared for this. The speed of the ninth heaven poison dragon whip could not be said to be slow, but his speed was even faster. To be precise, his reaction was faster. Long before Xu Lingchong attacked him, he had already left his original position in a flash and quickly approached Huang Xiaodao on the other side. He wanted to use the advantage of numbers to cooperate with Huang Xiaodao to get rid of Meng Tong first, creating a situation of 2 against 1, and then turn around to deal with the more troublesome Xu Lingchong. Everyone present was an expert, so they instantly understood Lin Yi's intention. Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong, who were in the arena, were naturally no exception. You're dreaming, but to play such a small trick under my eyes, you're looking down on me, aren't you? Xu Lingchong responded with a sneer. Following his voice, the ninth heaven poison dragon whip, which had already transformed into thousands of times, suddenly became even more overwhelming. It chased after Lin Yi's figure and shrouded it all the way. This posture was actually prepared to take advantage of the situation to capture both Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao in one fell swoop. The situation on the arena became extremely dangerous once again. At this moment, both Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were like prey in the mouth of a poisonous dragon. They could be swallowed at any time, and not even their bones would be left. At the same time, in order to avoid being accidentally injured by the ninth heaven poison dragon whip, Meng Tong, who was originally attacking Huang Xiaodao, could only take the initiative to take a step back. Although he was Xu Lingchong's partner, the attack of the ninth heaven poison dragon whip was not to be trifled with. Once he was caught in it, even Xu Lingchong would not be able to save him. The outcome has been decided. Everyone in the arena made their judgment. Even the referee, a nascent soul expert, felt that there was no suspense. Unlike the audience, he did not feel that Lin Yi was weak at all. Instead, he rather admired the performance of Lin Yi, the newcomer king. However, even so, he did not think that Lin Yi would be able to survive under such a powerful attack. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how good one's talent, potential, or intelligence, it was all just fleeting clouds. It would not change the outcome in the slightest. Grandpa quickly saved junior brother and senior sister Xiaodao. Shanghai Lena, who was on the grandstand, was so anxious that her tears were about to fall. She hurriedly pulled Shanghai Tianhua's arm and said. Shanghai Tianhua frowned. Even he felt that the situation was not too good. However, he was not in a hurry to act. He turned his head and comforted her. Little Lan don't be anxious. Lin Yi should not be defeated so easily. Let's wait a little longer. Chapter 4208. Of course, the reason why Shanghai Tianhua dared to say something like that to wait wasn't purely because he believed in Lin Yi's strength. Even if Lin Yi really didn't have any strength to resist, with his strength, wanting to save Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao was only a matter of a thought, and there wouldn't be any mishaps. However, in the next moment, Shanghai Tianhua was suddenly slightly shocked, as the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Bang! Under the ninth heaven venom whip's shadow that covered the sky and covered the earth, two balls of crimson-red flames suddenly erupted. The ninth heaven venom whip that Shu Lingchong was so proud of was actually broken on the spot, and its power was so shocking that it was simply shocking. Amidst the exclamations of surprise, the crowd of golden core stage experts below the stage finally recognized the two balls of crimson-red flames clearly. Shockingly, it was actually two fire palm shadows, one small and one large, and the shape of the 8 trigrams faintly appeared in the middle. They split into two directions and whizzed out respectively, the small one striking towards Meng Tong, and the large one going straight for Shu Lingchong. At this moment, Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong were still immersed in a state of disbelief and astonishment. Before the two of them could react, they heard two bangs accompanied by the muffled sounds of bones breaking. After that, they were like two kites with their strings cut as they were directly thrown off the ring, and they didn't even have the slightest room to retaliate. The frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that was created at the last minute actually had such a formidable might. Instantly, the sound of people drawing in cold breaths rose and fell, and everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to say a word for a long time. Compared to sending the two of them flying with a single move, what was even more shocking was the injuries on their bodies at this moment. Meng Tong was fine, because the main attacker was Huang Xiaodao. Although it was the same frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that came from the same source, its might was obviously much weaker, so although Meng Tong was in a sorry state, his injuries weren't too heavy. The one who was truly miserable was Shu Lingchong. The frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that struck his body came from Lin Yi, and in terms of might, it was at least at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it struck his chest so unexpectedly, and this young Master Shu, who was insufferably arrogant after his powerful return, directly fell to the ground at this moment with bulging eyes, and his breathing was more than it was exhaled. Obviously, he wasn't going to make it. Charred. Meng Tong instantly roared with grief and indignation when he saw this, and he couldn't care about his own injuries as he frantically rushed to the side of Shu Lingchong who was on the verge of death. At the same time, a figure suddenly followed closely. It was the person in charge of the inner court competition this time, Xu Yuanjing. He's still on his last breath. Quick, bring him for treatment. Xu Yuanjing anxiously instructed after checking Shu Lingchong's condition. As anxious as he was the host of the inner disciple competition. No matter what, he could not be absent. Thus, he could only allow Meng Tong to bring him away for the time being. Meng Tong hurriedly nodded. He couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Yi who was on the stage anymore. Enduring the pain, he picked up Shu Lingchong who was on the ground and walked out. The 3 major pavilions had specialized infirmaries where doctors gathered. Moreover, everyone would try their best to save Shu Lingchong on account of Xu Yuanjing. Although Shu Lingchong's condition was very weak at the moment, he might still have a chance of survival. However, just as he carried Shu Lingchong out of the North Arena and arrived at a secluded place, the mysterious man in black suddenly appeared in front of him. After a gust of wind blew past, the mysterious man in black, together with Meng Tong and Shu Lingchong, disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went. At this moment, on the arena, after being stunned for a long time, the referee finally announced the victory of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao. The way everyone looked at Lin Yi was completely different from before. This Lin Yi is really fucking amazing. Someone's mouth twitched as he discussed. Nonsense, what kind of eyesight do you have? You only realized it now? I already knew that this newcomer king is amazing. Previously in the single battle finals, he deliberately admitted defeat. I could see it with one look. That's right, he probably doesn't want to fight one-on-one with Shu Lingchong at all. He's planning to save it for the double battle. It'll save him a lot of time and effort. That seems to be the case. Hey, wait a minute. Both of you didn't say this before. Didn't you say that Lin Yi couldn't possibly be a match for Shu Lingchong? Why did it change now? Grandpa, look at junior brother and senior sister Xiaodao, aren't they amazing? Their combined palm strike is an ultimate move that I practiced with them a few days ago. The worry on Shanghai Lena's face had long disappeared. While she was happy for Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, she boasted to Shanghai Tianhua. Hey, little Lan you just went over to watch them practice, right? Shanghai Tianhua teased her with a smile. That's still at the same time. There's also my credit. Shanghai Lena stuck out her tongue cutely. Shanghai Tianhua immediately laughed and patted Shanghai Lena's head lightly. The gaze that he looked at Lin Yi in the distance was obviously more appreciative than before. To be honest, even he didn't expect that Lin Yi's counterattack would be so swift and fierce. He was obviously only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm, but he was able to kill the insufferably arrogant Xu Lingchong in one move. Such a performance was really shocking. If Xu Lingchong was just an ordinary middle-stage Gold Core realm expert, then it would be fine. The problem was that he was also an expert of the Gold Core realm who had a perfect breakthrough. They were both experts of the Gold Core realm. Lin Yi's sudden counterattack really made everyone understand one thing. Even among geniuses, there were different levels. Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong were originally the pair with the highest chance of winning the double battle. In the end, they were killed by Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao in one move. After that, the double battle simply became the stage for the two of them. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, from the beginning to the end, they were killed in one move. There was no change to speak of. From the beginning to the end, it was the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. At the final stage, everyone present could even figure out their moves. However, even so, it didn't change the situation at all. It was just the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. Even if they could see the moves clearly, so what? At the beginning, there was no solution, and at the end, there was still no solution. This was the gap of absolute strength. As they killed in one move, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao demonstrated to everyone what it meant to be an invincible existence of the Gold Core realm. In several rounds, when faced with such an overbearing pair, their opponents couldn't even muster up the slightest bit of fighting spirit. As soon as they came up, they hurriedly opened their mouths to admit defeat. In any case, the invincibility of the Lin Yi pair was obvious to all. Even if they admitted defeat, it wouldn't be shameful. Moreover, they could avoid getting injured, so there was no need to stubbornly persist. It was worth mentioning that this included the Yu Zhe and Nan Tianba duo. Even in their dreams, they wanted to trample Lin Yi under their feet. However, the situation was stronger than they were. Even Xu Lingchong was almost beaten to death. If they didn't have eyes and joined in, wouldn't that be courting death? In the end, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao locked onto the throne of first place in the double battle without any suspense. Compared to Xu Lingchong's first place in the single battle, they were much more impressive. R1152. Chapter 4209. There was no doubt as to who was stronger between Lin Yi and Xu Lingchong. The latter was almost beaten to a dead man, and he might even be a corpse now. Was there any suspense in the outcome? With the end of the double battle, the inner court competition was over. The points of the single battle and the double battle were tallied. Lin Yi had 99 points, and he deserved to be ranked first. The title of the newcomer king of Welcome Pavilion would change from now on, and he would become the newcomer king of the inner court. As for Huang Xiaodao, although she did not get a single point in the single battle, she got 50 points in the double battle, which was enough to guarantee her entry into the top 50, and she was ranked 32nd. It was worth mentioning that although Xu Lingchong was defeated in one move in the double battle, he was ranked first in the single battle, so he also got 50 points, and he was tied with Huang Xiaodao for the 32nd place. As for Meng Tong, Yu Zhe, and Nan Tianba, their points were much lower than these three, but in the end, they still managed to squeeze into the top 50, just that they were ranked at the bottom. The inner court competition had come to an end, but the Golden Core stage disciples that had gathered at the North Island Arena didn't disperse. On the contrary, they became even more nervous and agitated at this moment. According to the practice of previous years, the meaning of the inner court competition, in addition to the allocation of cultivation resources for the next year, had another more important meaning, which was for the leaders of the 3 pavilions to choose disciple. At this time, the elders of the Elders Guild, including the leaders of the 3 pavilions, had all appeared one by one. They would consider the performance of the disciples of the Gold Core stage in the inner court competition, measure their qualifications and potential, and then decide who to accept as a disciple. Looking at all the leaders of the 3 pavilions who were present, in terms of status and strength, Shanghai Tianhua was ranked first, so the selection of disciples naturally had to start with him. Of course, Shanghai Tianhua rarely accepted disciples, and there were very few people who could catch his eye. Normally, it would take decades or even hundreds of years. He might not accept one of them, but out of respect, regardless of whether he accepted or not, he had to make the first request. The audience held their breath, although they all knew that they could not be chosen by Shanghai Tianhua. But when Shanghai Tianhua's imposing gaze swept over them, their hearts still couldn't help but skip a beat. Unfortunately, their luck was destined to fail. Shanghai Tianhua slowly swept his gaze around and finally said 4 words, "Lin Yi." Not bad. The whole audience burst into an uproar. Not only were they shocked that Shanghai Tianhua would actually choose someone, but they were even more shocked that he was going to cross the line to choose someone. Each of the higher-ups belonged to one of the 3 great pavilions. Normally, they could only choose people from their own pavilions and could not choose people from other pavilions. Because that was something that could easily be taboo. Although Lin Yi was a newcomer in the welcoming pavilion, he had already been assigned to Blue Cloud Pavilion. This was something that everyone could see. However, Shanghai Tianhua was the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master. This was clearly against the rules. However, after Shanghai Tianhua finished speaking, the Golden Core stage disciples below were in an uproar. However, the higher-ups were still sitting upright and still. He didn't look surprised at all, nor did he have any intention of standing out to nitpick. With the current strength of Soaring Sky Pavilion, it was not surprising that they broke the convention. Since Shanghai Tianhua had personally spoken, it didn't matter which pavilion Lin Yi was originally a disciple of. Thinking back to the beginning, with Huang Xiaotao's personal experience, since Soaring Sky Pavilion could demote their disciples to Blue Cloud Pavilion, then naturally they could also accept disciples from Blue Cloud Pavilion. Especially since this was personally spoken by Shanghai Tianhua, no one would have any objections. Under the stage, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Yi were all blazing and envious. Only Lin Yi himself was still indifferent. Feeling the gaze of Shanghai Tianhua above his head, Lin Yi raised his head and looked at him. He didn't speak, but the corner of his mouth slightly curved. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. And Shanghai Tianhua, who was in the center of the audience, suddenly smiled after saying these 4 words. He actually got up and left, leaving a bunch of people in the audience puzzled. What did this mean? After saying that Lin Yi was not bad, he directly left. Did this mean that he wanted to accept Lin Yi as a disciple, or just praise him? Grandpa, are you going to accept him or not? Shanghai Lena was also anxious, so she quickly caught up and asked. Lana, if Grandpa takes Lin Yi in, then he'll be older than you in terms of seniority. Do you agree? Shanghai Tianhua smiled playfully as he walked. This. Shanghai Lena suddenly choked. She didn't want to have a seniority with Lin Yi for no reason. This was not only embarrassing on the surface, but it would also cause trouble in some matters. Hehe, so of course I won't accept him. Shanghai Tianhua said with a smile. Then, Grandpa, why did you mention little junior brother's name? Shanghai Lena asked with a puzzled look. Lin Yi is not a person in a pond. Unless he is a real master, otherwise, letting anyone be his master will only restrict his growth. The disadvantages are greater than the advantages. It is better to let him develop on his own. Shanghai Tianhua said seriously, I don't want to restrict him. The reason why I said this just now is to prevent others from accepting Lin Yi as a disciple. With Shanghai Tianhua's realm and vision, no matter who it was, he could almost see the potential and future of almost anyone at a glance. However, not only could he not see through Lin Yi, but he also could not see through him. If he were to use a saying, Shanghai Tianhua only knew that Lin Yi's future was the sea of stars. Any so-called teaching, in the end, would only become his restraint. If he were to find a case, it would be Ram Jie who appeared out of nowhere in the past before Lin Yi. Shanghai Tianhua used the same strategy and finally created the unfathomable law enforcement hall master. Therefore, although he was called out by Shanghai Tianhua in public, and it was after the inner disciple competition, such a clear-cut occasion, Lin Yi could not be regarded as his disciple completely. He could only be regarded as half a disciple. After Shanghai Tianhua left, the audience was stunned and silent for a moment. Then they continued to select people, from the mysterious pavilion master, the Blue Cloud Pavilion master, to the Elders Guild, according to the tacit status and strength ranking, one by one. In the end, the disciples who performed outstandingly in this inner disciple competition were accepted as registered disciples by the big shots. From then on, they rose to the sky in a single bound. However, it was worth mentioning that from the beginning to the end, all the big shots seemed to have forgotten Huang Xiaodao, and no one mentioned her. In terms of performance, Huang Xiaodao was remarkable in this inner disciple competition. In addition to Lin Yi and Xu Lingchong, who were in the limelight, she left the deepest impression on everyone. In terms of potential, she was also a master of the gold core stage who had a perfect breakthrough. Her future was destined to be limitless. Chapter 42:10. Being able to reach their current level, the big bosses naturally weren't blind people. Normally speaking, after Lin Yi, there would have been big bosses who would have snatched this seedling with potential long ago, and it wouldn't have been like today, where no one was interested in him. However, Lin Yi could figure out the reason. Huang Xiaodao was his partner, and she often sat with Shanghai Lena these days. They were like sisters, so she was naturally labeled as Shanghai Tianhua. No matter how much the big shots coveted her, they would not take the risk to snatch Shanghai Tianhua's people. At the end, all the big shots had taken turns. The remaining disciples in the gold core stage who had not been selected knew that there was no hope, so they had no choice but to leave. Lin Yi was also ready to return to the welcome pavilion, but suddenly a person behind him greeted him with a smile. Looking back, Lin Yi could not help but feel his eyelids twitch. The person behind him was dressed like a Taoist priest and had a sage-like demeanor. It was Yu Zhenyang, the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Greetings, pavilion master. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, who was next to him, cupped their hands and saluted at the same time. After all, both of them were now inner disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion. No need to be so polite. Yu Zhenyang smiled and waved his hand, but he was unexpectedly approachable. He said with a smile, "Lin Yi, I'm very happy that a genius like you can appear in Blue Cloud Pavilion, and so is Xiaodao. The future of the 3 pavilions in the North Island will fall on you in the future. There's a long way to go. Pavilion Master, you flatter me." Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, who was a little reserved, looked at each other and quickly said modestly. The other disciples who passed by all looked envious. As the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, Yu Zhenyang was a top big shot at the same level as Shanghai Tianhua. Even inner disciples found it extremely difficult to see him. When had they ever seen this big shot take the initiative to greet others? This Lin Yi was simply favored by God, which made people envious. He, although I have to be neither arrogant nor rash. But I'm telling the truth, you too don't have to be so modest. Yu Zhenyang smiled nonchalantly, and then took the initiative to say, Lin Yi, since Pavilion Master Shangguan mentioned your name just now, do you want to transfer you to Soaring Sky Pavilion? That way, it will be more justifiable in the future. Also, with me around, the procedures are very simple. Thank you for your understanding, Pavilion Master. However, I feel that staying in Blue Cloud Pavilion is fine. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Lin Yi rejected with a smile. He had more or less figured out what Shangguan Tianhua meant. Since he was only half a disciple, it did not matter much whether he went to the Soaring Sky Pavilion or not. Continuing to stay in the Blue Cloud Pavilion was not a bad idea. On the contrary, if he went to the Soaring Sky Pavilion, he might see Xu Lingchong, Meng Tong, Yu Zhe, and the rest of the assholes all day long. Not to mention the threat, the key point was that he would be annoyed whenever he saw them. These things would affect his mood, and that would be as depressing as he could be. Yu Zhenyang heard this and was overjoyed. Anyone could see that Lin Yi had a bright future ahead of him. Although he was singled out by Shangguan Tianhua, he was still a genius. If he, as the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, said that he didn't have any thoughts about being taken away from Soaring Sky Pavilion for no reason was a lie. If Lin Yi really wanted to go to Soaring Sky Pavilion, naturally, he wouldn't be able to stop him. But since Lin Yi was willing to stay, it couldn't be any better. Blue Cloud Pavilion was already weak to a certain extent, and it wanted to rise again. unless a legendary figure like Zhongliju appeared. And from the looks of it, Lin Yi was no weaker than Zhongliju from back then. He was no weaker than Zhongliju from back then. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. After all, Blue Cloud Pavilion is your home, and since we're on the same side, there's no need to be so formal. Tell me, is there anything you need my help with? Yu Zhenyang said. With his status and identity, anything he wanted to do in the Clear Cloud Pavilion could be accomplished with a single word. This kind of favor that didn't cost much, he would naturally do it if he could. To be able to let Lin Yi owe him a favor, he couldn't ask for more. After all, in all these years, Lin Yi was the third person after Gong Yangjie to be praised by Shangguan Tianhua in all these years of inner sect competitions. Shanghai Tianhua rarely praised someone in public, especially in a formal occasion like the inner disciple competition. There were only 3 times in history. The first time was Zhongliju, the second was Ram Jie, and the third was now Lin Yi. Zhongliju, on the other hand, was a legendary being who stood at the peak of Sky-class Island. Gong Yangjie, on the other hand, was young, but unfathomable as well. Not only was he the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, but his reputation and position in the 3 pavilions was already above most of the elders. Perhaps in a few years, he would be able to challenge the 3 pavilion masters. With such a living example, if Yu Zhenyang still didn't recognize Lin Yi's potential, then he wouldn't be able to sit in his current position. Since the pavilion master has said so, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Lin Yi didn't reject it excessively. He knew that making a request at a time like this not only wouldn't make people hate him, but it would also make their relationship closer. Since he had made up his mind to stay in Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future, it was necessary for him to have a good relationship with Yu Zhenyang. Go ahead, just tell me if you have any requests. Yu Zhenyang smiled as expected. Yen, I hope to stay in Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future. I hope that the pavilion master can arrange a slightly bigger place for me, the kind that can accommodate a few more people. Lin Yi thought about it and said, Haha, with your strength and potential, Lin Yi, this is a matter of course. Even if you didn't mention it, the pavilion master wouldn't mistreat a talent like you. Yu Zhenyang smiled and looked at Huang Xiaodao playfully. His meaning was obvious. Huang Xiaodao immediately lowered her head shyly. Even through the veil, the bystanders could feel her blush at this moment. Lin Yi smiled and didn't explain much. He told Yu Zhenyang to arrange a bigger place for them to live. Naturally, Huang Xiaodao would have to move in with them. However, he didn't want to be with Huang Xiaodao for the rest of his life. In Lin Yi's expectation, not only would Huang Xiaodao move in, but the Tattered King would also be brought over. Although the Tattered King had yet to succeed in forging, he had helped Lin Yi for so long and was considered one of them. Moreover, he happened to be a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion. It was just that he didn't have a good time before. Other than that, there would naturally be Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongcai, and the others. If they gathered together, they could take care of each other. It would be more convenient for Lin Yi to help them improve their strength. Apart from this, do you have any other requests? Yu Zhenyang continued to ask. No, thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi replied. After all, it was the first time they met. Even if the request was to improve their relationship, it must be done in moderation. Otherwise, it would be insatiable and counterproductive. R466. Chapter 42:11. Yu Zhenyang looked deeply at Lin Yi and seemed to be a little surprised. However, after waiting for a moment and seeing that Lin Yi had no intention of changing his mind, he nodded and said, since that's the case, I'll get someone to prepare a residence first. We'll talk about the rest later. Thank you for your trouble, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao cupped their hands and watched Yu Zhenyang leave. Not long after, the two also went their separate ways. Huang Xiaodao returned to the Blue Cloud Pavilion, and Lin Yi returned to the Welcoming Pavilion. Although Yu Zhenyang, the Pavilion Master of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, personally came forward and the matter of residence could be settled with a few words, after all, it had to be arranged temporarily. So at least for tonight, Lin Yi still had to stay in the Welcoming Pavilion. Today, the 1-year period of the Welcoming Pavilion's newcomers had passed. The newcomers who were supposed to go to the 3 pavilions went to the 3 pavilions, Those who were supposed to be stewards went to stewards, and those who were supposed to go to the mining area went to the mining area. Everyone had their own residence, and the newcomers' cave residences that were specially prepared for them were all empty. Only Lin Yi was an exception. Among all the newcomers' cave residences, only his cave residence was still occupied. But even so, not to mention the current steward of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Hu Yunfeng, even the welcoming pavilion master, Hu Yunfeng, didn't dare to disrespect Lin Yi. When Lin Yi returned to the welcoming pavilion, he saw from afar that there was a person guarding the entrance of his cave residence. It was Hu Yunfeng. Junior Lin Yi, congratulations. After today, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. To have a genius disciple like you is a rare honor for my welcome pavilion. Hu Yunfeng changed her usual attitude and walked up to Lin Yi as soon as she saw him, greeting him with a smile. Although he didn't like Lin Yi because of his position in the past, after learning of Lin Yi's performance in the Inner Disciple tournament, especially after being praised by Shangguan Tianhua in public, he could only be said to be extremely stupid if he didn't quickly change his attitude. No matter what, he, Hu Yunfeng, could be considered an official. He definitely wouldn't be so blind. Pavilion Master Hu, you flatter me. Lin Yi was a little surprised, but then he smiled and said, Pavilion Master Hu, did you come to find me today to discuss the matter of the cave residence? Don't worry, I'll move out right away. I won't stay here forever. Junior brother Lin Yi, what are you saying? You're treating me like an outsider. Hu Yunfeng pretended to be angry and said, the welcoming pavilion is your first home on the Heaven Stage Island, and it's also your home forever. As long as you're willing to stay here, as long as I'm in the welcoming pavilion, I'll keep this cave for you forever. No one else is allowed to touch it. Hee, that won't be necessary. I've already talked to Pavilion Master Yu. The Blue Cloud Pavilion will probably arrange a new residence tomorrow. I won't trouble Pavilion Master Hu. Lin Yi smiled faintly and shook his head. Oh. Since Pavilion Master Yu is personally making an appearance, then he definitely won't treat junior brother Lin Yi unfairly. I'm relieved. Hu Yunfeng said with a smile, but he was shocked inwardly. Lin Yi had really become a phoenix after flying up the tree. Not only was he favored by Shangguan Tianhua, the Soaring Pavilion's pavilion master, but even Yu Zhenyang, the Blue Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master, was so concerned about him. With the support of these two top-notch bosses, Lin Yi could really do whatever he wanted in the three pavilions in the future. One had to know that although Hu Yunfeng was also called Pavilion Master, it was only a small welcoming pavilion. In terms of status and power, it was much worse than any of the other departments, not to mention top-notch bosses like Shangguan Tianhua and Yu Zhenyang. They were not on the same level at all. After asking about his well-being for a while, Hu Yunfeng politely said goodbye to Lin Yi. He deliberately came here today, not daring to have extravagant hopes of being able to get closer to Lin Yi. He only hoped that Lin Yi would not care about the past deliberately targeting him. That would already be a blessing. Looking at Hu Yunfeng's back as he left, Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. Previously, Hu Yunfeng was targeting him in every possible way. Now, because of Shangguan Tianhua's words, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. It really made people speechless. Not long after Hu Yunfeng left, several people came to the entrance of Lin Yi's cave, but this time, they were all on the same side. It was the bitter senior brother, Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and Li Zhangming. Junior brother Lin, we've heard about today's matter. It's really worth celebrating. We should toast. The bitter senior brother said happily. He now sincerely felt that Lin Yi was his destined benefactor. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, he would still be bullied by others. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to keep his position as the second senior brother of the new manager. How could he live so comfortably today? This was all thanks to Lin Yi. Yes. Boss, from now on, you will have a meteoric rise. We must celebrate. Let's not go home until we're drunk today, Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and Li Zhengming said in unison. The first two were underlings that Lin Yi had brought up. The latter was an insider who did his best for Lin Yi. They were Lin Yi's most trusted people. Now that Lin Yi had a meteoric rise, of course, they would share the glory with him. For tonight's celebration, The three of them spent a lot of effort to get several jars of top-quality spirit wine. "Well, let's drink to our heart's content tonight. We won't go home until we're drunk," Lin Yi said with a smile. With his current strength, no matter how good the spirit wine was, he wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. However, Xiao Ran and the others were not necessarily so. They immediately laughed, filled their cups together, and drank. During the year in the welcoming pavilion, they had experienced ups and downs together and cultivated a deep tacit understanding. Everything was understood without words. "Junior brother Lin, let me toast you again. In the future, I will rely on you to protect me." The bitter senior brother raised his cup again. "You're wrong, senior brother Ku. No matter what happens after I'm done with you, you'll always be my senior brother. We'll work together, there's no such thing as a cover. You should punish yourself with a cup first." Lin Yi smiled, speechless. Boss is right. Senior brother Ku needs to punish himself with a cup first. Qiao Hongcai took the lead to cheer. Okay, I accept the punishment. I accept the punishment." The bitter senior brother had to reply with a bitter smile. He raised his head and drank the cup. Lin Yi and the others clapped and cheered. However, although they said so, the bitter senior brother's words really reminded Lin Yi that everyone present was reliable. In the future, he really had to spend more time on them. Their current strength was not bad in the welcoming pavilion, but if they went outside, it was far from enough. They celebrated for a whole night. It was not until dawn of the next day that someone came to knock on the door. It finally ended. The person who came to knock on the door was an inner disciple in charge of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. According to the instructions of the pavilion master, Yu Zhenyang, he was responsible for the accommodation of Lin Yi. When the bitter senior brother saw this person, he suddenly sighed with emotion. Although this person was not an influential figure like the inner disciple, he was at least an inner disciple with a lot of power. In the eyes of others, he was also a superior existence. Now, he was specially running errands for Lin Yi. If it was before, it would be unimaginable. R1152. Chapter 42:12. After greeting each other politely, the manager of Blue Cloud Pavilion immediately brought Lin Yi to his residence, and Ku Bai Shixiang and the others followed to join in the fun. Although they all had their own caves, Lin Yi wanted to reserve a room for them in his own residence so that they could live together as much as possible, so naturally, they wanted to go and have a look. Since Yu Zhenyang had personally invited them, Lin Yi and the others had already expected that this residence wouldn't be too bad, but when they actually arrived, they were still shocked. Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner core, Mansion Number 1, even if there were no rules on the surface, everyone knew that the ranking of the residence reflected the owner's status and strength to a certain extent. According to the unwritten rules, this mansion was usually reserved for the senior disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner disciple, and no one else had this right. However, Lin Yi's predecessor was an exception. His name was Zhao Sanjin, and although his strength wasn't the strongest, he was the oldest among all the inner disciples in Clear Cloud Pavilion. Not only that, he had a good relationship with Clear Cloud Pavilion's eldest senior brother Jiao Mufan, who was in charge of managing the inner sect. On top of that, Zhao Sanjin was a person who valued his reputation a lot. He had used all sorts of methods to convince Jiao Mufan to give him the manor number 1. He didn't expect that he would be chased out with just one order from the top, and to give up his position to a mere inner disciple. How could he show his face now? However, Zhao Sanjin only complained a little, and after being told about Lin Yi's background, he didn't dare to say anything else. He didn't participate in the inner disciple competition this time, so he didn't know about it at first, but now that he knew that Lin Yi was a disciple chosen by Shanghai Tianhua, he had a high chance of becoming Ram Jie, or even a legendary existence like Zhong Liju. Who would dare mess with him? Although he, Zhao Sanjin, was very experienced, he only dared to show off in front of ordinary inner court disciples. He could only nod and bow in front of Jiao Mufan, the eldest senior brother who managed the inner court, not to mention Shangguan Tianhua's handpicked disciple. Zhao Sanjin had no choice but to pack up overnight, and quickly vacate Mansion Number 1. He also had people clean up the place thoroughly, so that it wouldn't delay Lin Yi's move-in. After walking around, Lin Yi and the others praised the mansion from time to time. Mansion number 1 was indeed the best residence in the inner disciples' core, with pavilions, waterside pavilions, fake rocks, and forests. What was even rarer was that because there were a lot of spiritual jades laid down, and there was a formation that could gather spiritual energy from the surroundings. No matter where they went, there was dense spiritual energy, and it was an eye-opener for Ku Bai Shixiang and the others. After the few of them strolled around excitedly, Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai didn't stay for long because he still had some matters to take care of in the welcoming pavilion. Xiao Ran and the others also dispersed. Lin Yi sent them out of the door, and just when he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. "What do you think? Are you satisfied with mansion number 1? Yu Zhenyang appeared behind him and asked with a smile. "Thank you, Pavilion Master. I'm very satisfied." Lin Yi nodded with a smile, but his heart skipped a beat. Although this Yu Zhenyang was the weakest Clear Cloud Pavilion's pavilion lord, his strength was still unfathomable. Yu Zhenyang had appeared behind him without Lin Yi noticing in the slightest. As expected of an expert. That's good. Other than that, Lin Yi, is there anything else you need my help with? Yu Zhenyang asked with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lin Yi was speechless when he heard that. No matter what, the person in front of him was the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, a top-notch big shot on the same level as Shanghai Tianhua. Wasn't it a little too polite to a newcomer in the inner disciple? He had asked the same question yesterday, and he was asking it again today. Could it be that even if he was fine, he still had to come up with something to ask for his help? Nothing else. Lin Yi was somewhat baffled as he replied. Yu Zhenyang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't seem to have any intention to continue asking, he coughed and took the initiative to mention, "Lin Yi, you were in the Welcome Pavilion before, so you should be very familiar with the matters of the Welcome Pavilion. Ever since Lu Bianren stepped down, the position of the third pavilion master has been vacant for a long time. What do you think about this position?" The reason why Yu Zhenyang mentioned this matter was obviously because Shanghai Tianhua had hinted to him. He thought that Lin Yi would remember this matter, so he kept reminding him. He didn't expect that Lin Yi didn't have any intention in this regard, so he had no choice but to take the initiative to mention it. What he didn't know was that the matter of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion was just a bet between Shanghai Tianhua and Shangguan Lena. Lin Yi didn't know about it at all, so he naturally wouldn't think about it in this regard. Third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion? Lin Yi was suddenly surprised when he heard this, and he said strangely, "You want me to go? Aren't I already an inner sect core disciple?" Although he had just joined the inner sect, Lin Yi still had some understanding of this aspect. The inner sect core disciples were the future main force of the 3 pavilions, so their main task was to cultivate in seclusion or go out to train and improve their strength. In general, they would rarely do other miscellaneous things. Although the position of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion was quite a high position, it was complicated. Under normal circumstances, it was a position reserved for outer sect disciples. Of course, only the most outstanding outer sect disciples had the opportunity, and ordinary people couldn't hope for it. This actually won't delay you, you just have to take up the position for a while. You can usually live here, and if you have something to do, you can go over. Yu Zhenyang said with a smile. This. Lin Yi thought about it, and finally refused. "I appreciate the pavilion master's kindness, but I still don't want to take up this position. I want to concentrate on my cultivation now, and I don't want to be disturbed too much. Lin Yi, I am very pleased that you can be so ambitious, but the position of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion can't be empty for too long. Otherwise, others will gossip about it, and that won't be good." Yu Zhenyang thoughtfully rubbed his chin, and in his heart, he looked at Lin Yi even more highly. The third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion was a position that everyone knew was gilded. Even many inner sect core disciples, and even some inner sect stewards, were envious of this position, but Lin Yi was able to remain unmoved. This kind of calmness and indifference was really rare. However, what made Yu Zhenyang feel a little awkward was that this was a greeting from Shanghai Tianhua. If he didn't give the position of the third pavilion master to Lin Yi, wouldn't he be breaking his promise to Shanghai Tianhua? "Pavilion master, although I don't want to take up the position myself, I have a suitable candidate for you to consider. Of course, it's just a suggestion. Lin Yi saw Yu Zhenyang's dilemma, and immediately said, "Okay, tell me about it." Yu Zhenyang nodded. If it was any other time, even if he wanted to discuss a candidate with someone, it would definitely not be a newcomer like Lin Yi. However, today's situation was special. To a certain extent, the position of the third pavilion master originally belonged to Lin Yi, so he naturally had the right to make suggestions. R1152. Chapter 42:13. I think that Ku Zhongla Laku's experience is more than enough for him to be the third master of the welcoming pavilion. Lin Yi said after some consideration. Bitter joy. Yu Zhenyang frowned and thought for a moment before he remembered such a person. In fact, if he hadn't studied Lin Yi's background before, he wouldn't have known about bitter joy at all. After all, the difference in status between them was too great. Normally, they wouldn't have any interaction at all. That's right. He is the current senior brother who is in charge of the newcomers. He has a lot of experience in the welcome pavilion and has always taken good care of me. I hope Pavilion Master can consider it, Lin Yi said on behalf of Bitter Joy. The words at the beginning were all foreshadowing. The last sentence was the main point. The implication was that this was a favor. Bitter Joy is indeed not bad, but his strength seems to be a little lacking, right? Yu Zhenyang said hesitantly. As the Clear Cloud Pavilion's pavilion lord, although he had the authority to make the final decision on this matter, if he couldn't even fulfill the most basic conditions, then it would attract criticism from others. He's going to be a foundation establishment full circle very soon, and is about to break through to this point. I know this, Lin Yi said confidently. In fact, Bitter Joy's current strength was only in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Moreover, his talent was only considered average. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a decade or even a few decades for him to break through to the foundation building great perfection. However, it was not a problem for Lin Yi to say so. After all, he could improve people's strength. If he really needed it, it would only take a few hours. Then there's no problem. Yu Zhenyang immediately nodded and said, however, I still have to inform Pavilion Master Shangguan about this. After all, this appointment has to go through the Elders Guild. It's not something that I can decide alone. All right, thank you, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi said with a smile. He also guessed that this was Shangguan Tianhua's intention. He believed that when the time came, Shangguan Tianhua would definitely not stop him when he heard that it was his suggestion. Yes, but if that's the case, you'll have to pick another person to fill the position of the new senior brother steward. Yu Zhenyang changed the topic. Normally, he would not pay attention to such a small position. Now that he said that, he was implying that the decision would be handed over to Lin Yi. He might as well be a good person to the end. I think Xiao Ran is not bad. Why don't we choose him? Lin Yi said. The reason why he didn't mention Qiao Hongcai and Li Zhangming was that Qiao Hongcai was impulsive and wasn't suitable for this position. Li Zhangming, on the other hand, wanted to keep a low profile because of his enemies, which was even more inappropriate. All right, Xiao Ran it will be then. It's settled then. Yu Zhenyang nodded. He had no idea who Xiao Ran was. All he knew was that he was Lin Yi's man. Thank you for your help, Pavilion Master, Lin Yi said gratefully. Other than that, is there anything else? Yu Zhenyang asked again. Lin Yi was speechless for a while. He thought to himself that this Pavilion Master was really enthusiastic towards him. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Bianren and said, Pavilion Master, do you know where senior brother Lu Bianren went? He took good care of me before, but I haven't seen him for a long time. Lu Bianren? Yu Zhenyang was stunned. He had an impression of this disciple. He said uncertainly, him? He should be out on a mission. I didn't pay much attention to him. I'll ask for you later and get someone to tell you. All right, then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master. I'm very grateful. Lin Yi nodded. Is there anything else? Yu Zhenyang continued to ask. No. Lin Yi was completely embarrassed. No matter what, this was a top boss of the three great pavilions. It was really unexpected that he was so attentive to a newcomer in the inner sect. All right, if there's anything in the future, You can look for me directly. I still have something to do today, so I won't stay here for long. Yu Jinyang turned and left. Have a safe trip, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi bowed. He had to say that this time, he really enjoyed the feeling of superiority. The other party was the Pavilion Master of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. It was an extravagant dream for an ordinary inner sect core disciple to even talk to him, not to mention that he would grant all of his request. Lin Yi really didn't expect that a simple sentence from Shanghai Tianhua would have such a big effect. However, when he thought about it, he realized that Shangguan Tianhua had never said anything about Su Zhaohe in public. It had only been a rumor, and yet he was already so powerful that everyone feared and respected him. He was even able to send word to the disciplinary hall in secret, let alone Zhu Weiqing himself. If Shangguan Tianhua's words hadn't been said now, but earlier, Lin Yi believed that he wouldn't have any trouble in the welcoming pavilion at all. Even Xu Lingchong and the others wouldn't dare mess with him anymore. Of course, this was just a casual thought. Lin Yi wouldn't regret this kind of thing at all, and he wouldn't complain about it because the current environment where no one dared to provoke was not suitable for his growth at that time. If from the beginning, he was in a greenhouse cradle that stood aloof from worldly affairs, he probably wouldn't have such achievements now. But now, after seeing the scene of Xu Lingchong being killed in seconds in the inner disciple competition, it was difficult for these clowns to pose any threat to Lin Yi. It was estimated that Shanghai Tianhua had also seen that after Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao joined forces, no one in the Gold Core realm could compete with them, so there was no need to let these clowns jump out and cause trouble. What Lin Yi needed now was more powerful experience. It was meaningless to continue to stay in the North Island. Next, he was bound to find an opportunity to go out of the North Island to do tasks. The preferential treatment given to him now was just to ensure that there would be no trouble in his backyard, and not to let these clowns drag him down. Somewhere in the North Island, in an underground secret room, Xu Lingchong, who was dying, was lying on the bed. Meng Tong was guarding him nervously, and the mysterious man in black was also there. In addition, there was another person in the room, and it was Master Pao, who gave Xu Lingchong the chrysanthemum treasure book last time. Master Pao, I failed to live up to your cultivation. Xu Lingchong let Meng Tong help him stand up and apologized to Master Pao with difficulty. At this moment, although he was dying, his face was ruddy, which made Meng Tong secretly feel bad. This was a sign of the last radiance of the setting sun. Master Pao heard this, came over to check him up and down, and concluded, although the injury is very serious, it's not completely incurable. You were beaten up by Lin Yi like this. In fact, it's not unjust at all. Ah! Master Pao. You mean I can still be saved? Xu Lingchong suddenly became spirited. Yes. Master Pao nodded, and then said, wait, we'll talk about it when Dr. Luan comes. Chapter 42:14. After a while, the mysterious woman pushed the door open and said to everyone, he stays, all of you go out. Master Pao and the man in black nodded and immediately went out. Meng Tong's status was the lowest. Although he was worried about Xu Lingchong's injury, he did not dare to disobey the mysterious woman's order and could only follow her out of the room. The three of them waited outside. No one knew what the mysterious woman was going to do, and no one knew what was going on in the room at the moment. After a full hour, the mysterious woman pushed the door open and came out. How is he? The man in black asked quickly. Xu Lingchong was his valued deputy. If he was trained well, he would be able to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. If he died like this, it would be a great loss. Master Pao also showed a concerned expression. After all, Xu Lingchong was also his disciple. As for Meng Tong, he was no exception. I have injected him with the Fire Wolf War God gene. Although it is not perfect, at least it can ensure that he will not die. Not only that, but he will also become stronger than before, the mysterious woman said lightly. Fire Wolf War God. What is that? Meng Tong could not help but exclaim when he heard this. However, when he saw the cold eyes of the man in black and Master Pao, he immediately knew that he had misspoken. With his status, he was not qualified to know these things. Nothing, it's just a combination of a spirit beast and a human cultivator. The mysterious woman did not blame him and continued, in fact, The best modified body of the Fire Wolf War God is still in the secular world, not on Heavenstage Island. It's just that living people can't be teleported here for the time being. We can only test it on Shu Lingchong first. From the current results, it should be good. But we have to continue to observe for a while. Although Meng Tong did not understand and felt that it was amazing, he was relieved as long as Shu Lingchong was fine. Shu Lingchong suddenly disappeared again, and even Meng Tong strangely disappeared with him. This matter once again caused a stir in the 3 pavilions of the North Island. Many people speculated that they went out to find someone to treat them, but unfortunately, even Shu Yuanjing did not know about it. There was an uproar outside, and Shu Yuanjing himself was very anxious. However, during this period of time, although Shu Lingchong had never told him the specific situation, as a big shot of the Elders Guild, he was definitely a shrewd person. There were some things that even if Shu Lingchong did not say, he was also able to deduce some inside information through some of the daily clues and clues. He speculated that Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong must have gone to some mysterious place to receive treatment for Shu Lingchong's sudden disappearance this time. Their sudden increase in strength should also be related to this. Therefore, even if he was worried and anxious, Shu Yuanjing deliberately suppressed this matter and did not let it continue to blow up. Otherwise, if he was found to have some unspeakable secret on his grandson, it would be too late for regrets. Since his grandfather, Shu Yuanjing, said it was fine. The other higher-ups of the 3 great pavilions naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it, and the law enforcement hall didn't care about it at all. After all, the rumors in the streets were just pure speculation. There was no official confirmation. After a period of time, naturally, they would cease all activities. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi moved into the number 1 mansion of the inner sect core. This marked that he had officially become an inner sect disciple. Now, several days had passed. There was the halo of Shangguan Tianhua, the pavilion master of Soaring Sky Pavilion, above it. Even the Clear Cloud Pavilion's pavilion Lord Yu Zhenyang agreed to all of Huang Xiaolong's requests. Even if others were envious of him, at most they would only grumble in private, not daring to find trouble with Huang Xiaolong. As for the original people of Shu Lingchong's faction, they were even more afraid to jump in front of Lin Yi. Even Shu Lingchong, who was at the peak of his power, was killed in one move, not to mention them, his little brothers. Even if they wanted to die, they wouldn't do it in such a way. In this way, Lin Yi could cultivate in peace, and Huang Xiaodao followed him and also moved into the number 1 mansion. This really made this well-behaved girl secretly happy for a long time. Even if they were not in the same room, they were under the same roof, in a sense, which meant that her relationship with Lin Yi had become closer. In addition to cultivating separately every day, the two would occasionally practice the frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm strike together. After all, this was the strongest move they could master at the moment besides the pill firebomb, and it was also a powerful trump card to deal with the enemy in the future. In addition to Huang Xiaodao, Shanghai Lena would also come over every day. Looking at the 3 major pavilions, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were already her closest friends. If it was not for her strict upbringing, this girl even had the intention to move over and live with them, but Shanghai Tianhua was unwilling to agree. In addition, although senior brother Ku Bai, Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and Li Zhengming had not completely moved over, they would come over every few days to meet up. It was worth mentioning that Lin Yi took advantage of these few days to raise the strength of everyone to the great circle of foundation establishment. The reason why he did this was, of course, for the matter that he had discussed with Yu Zhenyang some time ago. If senior brother Ku Bai's strength did not reach the great circle of foundation establishment, even if the higher-ups agreed, he would not be able to sit in the position of the 3rd pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion. Since senior brother Ku Bai had already been promoted, the other Xiao Ran and the others, as well as Lin Yi, would naturally not be left behind. As long as they could keep it a secret, strong strength could not only protect them, but if Lin Yi had something to ask them to do in the future, it would also be more convenient, and they would not become a burden. In addition, there was another important reason why Lin Yi dared to promote everyone's strength. After this period of personal verification by Huang Xiaodao, one thing was already very clear: the promotion of strength was also the same, but it was not the same as in the secular world. In the secular world, because the spirit qi was extremely thin, those who had been promoted by Lin Yi's promotion could not be promoted by themselves. Even if they worked hard to cultivate, it would be useless. But now, because the spirit qi on Heaven Stage Island was abundant, especially in the number 1 mansion where Lin Yi was located, the spirit qi concentration was hundreds of times higher than in the outside world. It was completely possible to cultivate normally, without the slightest influence, and there were no side effects, so Lin Yi could rest assured and boldly promote everyone's strength. Otherwise, except for senior brother Ku Bai, Lin Yi would not promote Xiaoran and the others. It was not because of selfishness, but because they were different from senior brother Ku Bai. The 3 of them were far more talented than ordinary people. As long as the cultivation resources were in place, it was not difficult for them to break through and upgrade. As long as they let nature take its course, their strength foundation would be better and stronger, so there was no need for Lin Yi to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 42:15. However, now that he knew that there would be no side effects, there was no need to worry about this problem. After all, no matter what, it was not a bad thing to be strong. As for the foundation, with the qualifications of Xiaoran and the others, they could completely make up for it by themselves. There would be no hidden dangers. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that Shanghai Lena would come to the number 1 mansion every day and watch the situation of these people improving their strength from beginning to end. This girl had always disliked cultivation. Seeing such a great thing that could easily improve her strength, she naturally could not help but want to try it. In fact, the fact that Lin Yi could improve the strength of others was already known to Shanghai Lena when Huang Xiaotao's strength skyrocketed. However, at that time, she also wanted to become a master of the gold core stage, and Lin Yi did not have something like the myriad golden dan fruit, so there was no way to achieve it in one step. In any case, Shanghai Lena was absolutely reliable. Since she made a request again, even if Lin Yi was in a dilemma, he could not ignore it. Last time, in addition to not having the myriad golden dan fruit, there was no way to achieve it in one step. Another worry was that he was afraid of being suspected by Shanghai Tianhua. However, now that he thought about it carefully, although he did not have much contact with Shanghai Tianhua, the other party had always been helping him. Even if he guessed something through the changes in Shanghai Lena, it was unlikely that he would harm him. After thinking about this, Lin Yi immediately stopped declining and nodded in agreement. Senior sister, it's not impossible to improve your strength, but you have to take off your clothes in the process. Ah? Take off my clothes? Shangguan Lan was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth in disbelief and said, "What do you mean?" Shanghai Lena looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, she immediately turned to look at Huang Xiaodao. She asked, "Senior sister Xiaodao, you also take off your clothes?" "Yes, I have to take off my clothes." Huang Xiaodao nodded. "Really?" Shangguan Lena still didn't believe it. She was stunned for a long time, and then said to Lin Yi thoughtfully, "Do I have to become your woman to share this secret?" "Sure. Little junior brother, if you want senior sister, just say it directly. How dare you find an excuse to threaten me? You're so bad." This really isn't an excuse. It's supposed to be like this." Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Then we'll do as you say. Ku Zhongli, Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and Li Zhengming. Do the 4 of them also have to take off their clothes?" Shangguan Lena rolled her eyes and asked. "Yes, they have to take them off as well." Huang Xiaodao answered on his behalf. "Phut!" Shangguan Lena suddenly spurted. When she thought of the scene of several big men sitting together naked, she couldn't help but shudder. With a shocked expression as if her outlook on life had collapsed, she said, "Little junior brother, your taste is a bit wrong. This won't do. Don't tell me that you saw Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong being so affectionate together, so you suddenly had a whim and wanted to have a taste. Listen to little senior sister's advice. You can't do that." Shangguan Lena's shocked and exaggerated expression made Lin Yi laugh on the spot. He knew that Shanghai Lena was silly and cute. Who knew that this girl actually had such a funny attribute? He immediately laughed until he couldn't catch his breath and held his stomach. Huang Xiaodao was standing at the side. At this time, he was laughing so hard that he couldn't stand straight. He pointed at Shangguan Lan and couldn't say a word for a long time. As for the senior brothers who were suffering, they didn't dare to laugh out loud, but their bodies were shaking. People who didn't know would think they were having a collective cramp. This was also because the little curly bear was playing alone in the courtyard outside. If such a clown who wielded a pair of scissors was added to the mix, when the time came, one person and one pet would be amused. They could probably go and act in a comedy. What are you laughing at? Don't you think this matter is very serious? Shanghai Lena still didn't realize it and continued to scold Lin Yi with her hands on her hips. Senior sister, I think very highly of you. Little junior brother, don't learn bad things. Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong, those annoying people, are now being privately ridiculed by many people. Only his grandfather is still kept in the dark. How pitiful. Oh, that's not right. His grandfather might have also noticed it, but he didn't dare to face the truth, so he could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Listening to this girl's words getting more and more off topic, Lin Yi finally forced himself to hold back his laughter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he explained to her, "Little senior sister, you're really thinking too much about this. The reason why we have to take off our clothes is because in the process of increasing our strength, the true qi will skyrocket too much. You guys can't control it at all. Even if you wear clothes, it will explode. So it's better not to wear them. There's really no other meaning." Oh, so that's how it is. So I'm really thinking too much. Shanghai Lena stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Then she patted her small chest and rejoiced, "Fortunately, little junior brother, you're still normal. You almost scared me to death just now. We're the ones who are going to laugh to death." Lin Yi, Huang Xiaodao, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Hee, all right. I've already admitted that I'm thinking too much. Shanghai Lena blushed and quickly changed the topic. "Little junior brother, don't laugh anymore. Hurry up and help me increase my strength. Little senior sister, this is not a small matter. Have you really thought it through?" Lin Yi was slightly stunned. This kind of matter was a big matter for any girl. Even a naive girl like Shanghai Lena would have to think about it for a while. "Of course I've thought it through. I'm very serious." Shanghai Lena wrinkled her nose cutely, with a bold and unrestrained expression on her face. Then, "All right." Lin Yi shrugged. Since Shanghai Lena had already said so, it would be inappropriate for a man like him to be shy. Senior brother Bitter, Xiao Ran, and the others immediately greeted each other and dispersed. Lin Yi took Shanghai Lena into the inner room for cultivation, and Huang Xiaodao followed them with a smile. As soon as the door of the inner room was closed, Lin Yi adjusted his state a little, then turned to Shanghai Lena and said, "Little senior sister, are you ready? Let's start now." "Ah, so soon?" Shanghai Lena, who originally had a forthright expression, began to be shy when it was time to take off her clothes. She blushed and said to Lin Yi, "Little junior brother, then, turn around first, okay?" Lin Yi immediately turned around cooperatively. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. She pretended to be forthright just now, but now she can't hide it anymore. After waiting for a while, he heard rustling behind him, and then there was no more movement. Lin Yi asked, "Are you ready?" Chapter 42:16. "Well, just a little bit more." Shanghai Lena replied hesitantly. "Just a little bit more." Lin Yi was slightly stunned, and then he heard Huang Xiaodao, who was beside him, couldn't help but laugh and say, "What do you mean just a little bit more? You've clearly only taken off a shawl, and you haven't even untied the belt." Lin Yi was speechless. He thought that although this girl usually looked cheerful and carefree, after all, her upbringing was still there. In this kind of matter, compared to a shy girl like Huang Xiaodao, she was even more restrained. "Who said that there was only a shawl? Sister Xiaodao is lying. I've clearly untied the belt halfway." Shanghai Lena argued behind him with a red face. Okay, but Lana, you'd better hurry up. It's getting late now. If you delay any longer, it will be dark. At that time, if Pavilion Master Shangguan is worried about you and comes to find you personally, won't you be in trouble?" Huang Xiaodao reminded her with a smile covering her mouth. Ah! Shanghai Lena couldn't help but shiver. This kind of thing was really not impossible. Shanghai Tianhua had repeatedly warned her not to spend the night at Lin Yi's place. Immediately, she didn't dare to continue to dawdle. She clenched her teeth and plucked up her courage. She braced herself and quickly stripped herself clean. "Okay, done," Shanghai Lena said with a trembling voice. She covered the important parts of her body with her hands while carefully and slowly walking behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi heard the voice and turned his head. He saw a shy and naked Shanghai Lena. Even though he had so many stunning beauties, he couldn't help but be completely stunned. Each of the beauties had their own merits, and all of them were the best in the world. But this Shanghai Lena, if he had to find a word to describe her, then it could only be a green lotus. Lin Yi had known Shangguan Lena for a long time. He also knew that this girl was unparalleled in beauty. However, she had always been carefree, which made Lin Yi subconsciously ignore this point. Now, he suddenly saw this scene. It would be strange if he wasn't stunned. In fact, not to mention Lin Yi, even Huang Xiaodao, who was next to him, couldn't help but feel a sense of pity when she saw the flawless Shangguan Lena, especially the temptation that came from her natural naivety. It simply made people restless and unable to shift their eyes away. "Can we start now?" Shangguan Lena said weakly with a blushing face. Being stared at by Lin Yi like this, her heart was not only bashful, but also strangely excited. "Okay." Lin Yi swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He forcibly moved his eyes away from Shangguan Lena, took a deep breath to stabilize his mind, and then began to improve her strength. 2 hours later, Shangguan Lena's strength successfully reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Even when Lin Yi withdrew his hands from her wrists, she was still blushing shyly and did not dare to raise her head to look at him. At this moment, because of the true Qi baptism, Shangguan Lena's whole body was covered with fine beads of sweat. It made the originally smooth and seductive scene even more irresistible. Even Lin Yi, who had always been extremely determined, couldn't control himself at this moment. If it weren't for Huang Xiaotao's presence, it was not impossible for him to eat Shangguan Lena, who was currently trying to resist, just like this. Is it done?" Shangguan Lena's long eyelashes trembled, and she shyly opened her eyes. "It's done. Little senior sister, put on your clothes." Lin Yi forced himself to calm down. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze from her body. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be dark outside at this time. If this little girl did not hurry back, maybe the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master, Shanghai Tianhua, would really come to visit. That would not only be an honor, but if he knew about what happened today, there might be a storm. After all, this was his only precious granddaughter. "Oh." Shangguan Lena obediently responded, and her heart could not help but feel relieved, but it was also accompanied by a trace of inexplicable loss. Why did she have this feeling? Even she could not understand. Huang Xiaodao had already carefully prepared hot water and a towel. After wiping Shangguan Lena's body, she helped her put on her clothes, and Lin Yi reminded her, "Little senior sister, you must keep today's matter a secret, even if it's your grandfather." "I know, senior sister's mouth is very tight, little junior brother, you can rest assured." As soon as she put on her clothes, Shangguan Lena immediately regained her spirit, which really made Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao laugh. When she said goodbye to Lin Yi and returned to Soaring Sky Pavilion's Hualan residence with the little curly bear, the sky was already completely dark, and Shanghai Tianhua was practicing calligraphy in the study while waiting for her to return home. As expected, as soon as he took a look at his precious granddaughter, Shangguan Tianhua, this super big shot who never moved no matter what, was startled. "Little Lan what's the matter with you?" Shanghai Tianhua did not even bother to write, and quickly put down the brush, looked up and down at Shanghai Lena, and asked nervously. "I just came back from little junior brother's place, and I didn't spend the night at his place." "Grandpa, why are you so nervous?" Shanghai Lena blinked and said. She had wanted to live with Huang Xiaodao, but unfortunately Shanghai Tianhua did not allow it, so she could only give up. Grandpa is not talking about this." Shanghai Tianhua could not help but be choked by his cute granddaughter, and said with a wry smile, "I'm talking about your strength. How did it suddenly soar to the great perfection of the foundation establishment realm?" "Oh, I ate a lot of foundation establishment pills at little junior brother's place, so my strength naturally improved." "Hey." Shanghai Lena rolled her eyes and said. You ate Foundation establishment pills? Shanghai Tianhua was suddenly speechless, and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This precious granddaughter was deceiving him like a child. Just eating some Foundation establishment pills, and she could directly go from the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm to the great perfection of the Foundation establishment realm. If Foundation establishment pills were so easy to get, wouldn't so many cultivators in seclusion in the world go crazy? Yes, little junior brother is a master of alchemy, he can refine a lot. Shanghai Lena still felt that her lie was very good, and while sticking out her tongue cutely, she continued to lie. All right then. However, little Lan you still need to work hard on your cultivation and build up your foundation. Otherwise, you'll just have a high cultivation level but no actual power. Shangguan Tianhua nodded helplessly. Although he was very confused, he did not intend to get to the bottom of it. He believed that Lin Yi would not harm his granddaughter, not to mention that in this moment, he had already checked Shanghai Lena up and down without a trace. Except for the improvement of strength, there was nothing unusual, so he was finally relieved. R466. Chapter 42:17. Oh, I know. Shangguan Lan thought that she'd gotten away with it, and her face was filled with excitement. She didn't know that Shangguan Tianhua had only turned a blind eye because he trusted Lin Yi. While Shanghai Lena was busy fooling her grandfather, the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, Yu Zhenyang, once again arrived at Lin Yi's inner gate number 1 mansion and gently touched the restriction outside the door. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi hurriedly came out to welcome him. He knew that with the strength of this Pavilion Master, it would be a piece of cake if he wanted to sneak past the seal and enter without a sound. The Pavilion Master was just being polite, which was why he had lowered himself to wait outside the door. No need to be so courteous. The appointments have been made. Ku Zhongla will be promoted to 3rd Pavilion Master of Welcome Pavilion and Xiao Ran will be promoted to Senior Brother Supervisor of Blue Cloud Pavilion. This news will be officially announced tomorrow, Yu Zhenyang said with a smile. That's great. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi was overjoyed. These two positions were rare positions for Ku Zhongla and Xiao Ran. As long as they developed normally, they would have a bright future. Haha, that's what I should do. There's one more thing. There's news from Lu Bianren. Yu Zhenyang smiled, and then his expression became a little serious. He did go on a mission during this time. The mission location is in the Wei-Iark Sea area near the South Island. However, the people who went with him to perform the mission have all returned. Only he has no news. Pavilion Master, do you mean that Senior Brother Lu is the only one who left the team? Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened. His intuition told him that something might have happened to Lu Bianren. That's right. Those who returned don't know his whereabouts or where he went. They only said that they parted ways in the middle of the mission. Yu Zhenyang nodded. Parted ways in the middle of the mission? Why? Lin Yi frowned slightly and then asked, Pavilion Master, do you know what mission Senior Brother Lu went on this time? The mission itself isn't important, Lin Yi. I can tell you with certainty that the reason why Lu Bianren separated from the others was to find Deputy Pavilion Master Yarrow, Yu Zhenyang concluded. Vice Pavilion Master Yarrow? Lin Yi was stunned again. Although he had a good relationship with Lu Bianren, he had never mentioned Deputy Pavilion Master Yarrow to him. Even Senior Brother Ku Bai was a bitter person. He had never talked about it. That's right. I don't treat you as an outsider, so I won't beat around the bush. This Deputy Pavilion Master Yarrow has always been Lu Bianren's greatest backer. Yu Zhenyang directly admitted, a few years ago. Deputy Pavilion Master Yarrow had led a team out on a mission, and after that, there had been no news from them. Not a single one of them had returned. The last place they had received news from was in the Rose Arc territorial waters. Therefore, Lu Bianren had specially gone there this time to find Deputy Pavilion Master Yao. The mission was just a cover. Once we get there, we'll naturally be separated from the main group. I see. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. He had heard Senior Brother Ku Bai mention this before, but at that time, he only said that their backer had gone out on a mission. He hadn't been back for a few years, so he didn't say it in such detail. From the looks of it, Lu Bianren had most likely gone to find someone. He was previously the 3rd Pavilion Master of Welcome Pavilion. Although he was ostracized, he still held an important position and couldn't go out on a mission. After stepping down from his position, he became the 2nd senior brother of Blue Cloud Pavilion's Outer Sanctum steward. Even though his position had only risen and not fallen, there were many fewer restrictions. But even if they were separated at the beginning, after the mission ended, those people didn't wait for senior brother Lu and directly returned on their own. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Lin Yi asked. On the surface, he will definitely wait for a while, but this is just for show. In fact, although Lu Bianren is considered a genius disciple, and his life has always been smooth sailing, but because of his personality, after Deputy Pavilion Master Yarrow disappeared, his life has not been as smooth as it should be. Yu Xingyang sighed slightly. Unlike senior brother Ku Bai, who had average aptitude, Lu Bianren had shone brilliantly for a period of time in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, which had always lacked talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left an impression in the Pavilion Master's heart. Unfortunately, due to the disappearance of Deputy Pavilion Master Yarrow, Lu Bianren was like an eagle that had lost its wings. Since then, he had become a nobody. When senior brother Lu was in the Welcome Pavilion, I know that, but wasn't he promoted to be the 2nd senior brother of Blue Cloud Pavilion's Outer Sanctum steward? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel strange. Hehe, in terms of position, it is indeed a promotion. But first, he doesn't have a backer, and second, he isn't slick and shrewd enough. He can't actually sit firmly in his position as the 2nd senior brother of Outer Sanctum steward. As far as I know, after he took office, he didn't have any substantial power. He was directly taken over by the eldest senior brother of Outer Sanctum steward. Yu Xingyang said with slight regret. Is that so? Before Lu Bianren took office, Lin Yi had already warned him to pay attention to this situation, so he didn't look surprised. Instead, he said, but this kind of situation where one sect is dominant is not a good thing for the long-term development of Blue Cloud Pavilion, right? Don't tell me the higher-ups don't interfere at all and don't ask about it at all. Although that's what you said, the higher-ups don't interfere with the competition between the disciples. This has long been an unspoken rule. No one will break this rule rashly. After all, this is also a reflection of one's ability. Yu Xingyang shook his head and said, Disciple understands. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for telling me. Lin Yi didn't dwell on this matter and immediately nodded to express his gratitude. It's nothing. It's a small matter. Yu Xingyang smiled. After sending Yu Xingyang off, Lin Yi immediately went to the Welcome Pavilion to find senior brother Ku Bai and told him about this matter. After all, senior brother Ku Bai was closer to Lu Bianren than Lu Bianren. Alas, first it was Deputy Pavilion Master Yarrow, and now it's senior brother Lu. But I can't help at all. What should I do? Senior brother Ku Bai couldn't help but sigh deeply after hearing this. There's no other way. Now we can only wait and see. I hope that they are lucky. Lin Yi also said helplessly. Although he knew the cause, there was still no news. Even if he wanted to help, it was useless. At the end of the day, it's all my fault for being too useless. If I was a little stronger, I could have gone with senior brother Lu. That way, we could have taken care of each other. It's better than standing on the sidelines like this. Sigh. The bitter senior brother blamed himself. Senior brother Ku Bai, you don't have to blame yourself so much. Although I haven't seen Deputy Pavilion Master Yarrow, I know senior brother Lu. He is not an ordinary person. It's not that easy for him to get into an accident. Maybe there are other hidden reasons. Lin Yi comforted him and then changed the topic. By the way, in addition to this matter, there's another good news to tell you. The position of 3rd Pavilion Master of the Welcome Pavilion has been confirmed to fall on your head. Be mentally prepared tomorrow. Chapter 42:18. Really? The bitter senior brother was taken aback, and his entire body froze on the spot. This was something he had never dared to dream of, being able to sit on the position of Clear Cloud Pavilion's eldest senior brother in charge of the newcomer recruitment hall. He was already very satisfied. When had he ever dreamed of becoming the 3rd Pavilion Lord of the Welcoming Pavilion? This was a publicly recognized gold-plated position. Only the most outstanding genius disciples had the opportunity to get their hands on it. Pavilion Master Yu said it himself. Senior Brother Ku, do you think it's true? Otherwise, why do you think I suddenly raised your strength a few days ago? Wasn't it to prepare for this? Lin Yi said with a chuckle. Junior Brother Lin. What do you want me to say? The bitter senior brother was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. He held Lin Yi's arm tightly with both hands and stammered. He couldn't say a proper sentence for a long time. If he hadn't known Lin Yi, Deputy Pavilion Leader Yarrow and Lu Bianren had disappeared one after the other. If he hadn't known Lin Yi, his current situation would have been so miserable that he wouldn't even be able to see the light of day. How could such a huge pie fall into his lap? All of this was thanks to Lin Yi. What's there to talk about? If we don't take care of our own people, are we going to let outsiders take care of it? Lin Yi patted his senior brother's shoulder and smiled faintly, not minding it. That's true, but... Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai was still so grateful that he couldn't speak. No buts, Senior Brother Ku, just do your best. I don't think I'll be staying in the North Island Pavilion often in the future. When that time comes, Xiao Ran and the others will have to rely on you to take care of them. Don't let them get bullied, Lin Yi interrupted. Yes, I know. Even if Junior Brother Lin didn't say it, I would still do it. Senior Brother Ku Bai nodded heavily. That's it then. Prepare well tonight and wait for tomorrow's grand inauguration. Lin Yi laughed. He didn't stay too long in the welcoming pavilion and turned around to leave. The next day, the news of Ku Zhongla becoming the new third pavilion master of welcoming pavilion quickly spread throughout the three major pavilions. Especially in Blue Cloud Pavilion, everyone was talking about it. The position of the third pavilion master of the welcoming pavilion had been vacant for so long. This was a big piece of meat, and many powerful people had their eyes on it. Who would have thought that it would fall into the hands of such an unknown person like Ku Zhongla? This was simply shocking. However, when they heard that Ku Zhongla was Lin Yi's loyal follower, they were no longer surprised. With Lin Yi's current position in the three great pavilions, he was like the sun in the sky. It wasn't strange for him to help Ku Zhongla operate such a position. At the same time, Xiao Ran took over Ku Zhongla's original position and became the Blue Cloud Pavilion's newcomer manager, eldest senior brother. This did not attract too much attention. After all, it was only a small matter, and it was far from the glory of the position of third pavilion master. However, on the same day, the three major pavilions had another piece of extremely attention-grabbing news. Xu Lingchong, who was previously defeated by Lin Yi in one move and disappeared, finally returned. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much face in the previous competition, but young Master Xu's return this time was not as high-profile as last time, even though he had already recovered from his injuries. He almost quietly returned to the Soaring Sky Pavilion, and after that, he did not cause any commotion. Originally, the second senior brother of the inner sect of the Chongtian Pavilion was determined to get the job. But now, he didn't have any hope. After all, even if his strength was not bad, he had already become Lin Yi's stepping stone. Even if he had Xu Yuanjing, his grandfather, running around for him, it was impossible to win the second senior brother, the inner disciple manager. Moreover, even if he could win it, it would not convince the public. It was rare for Xu Lingchong to be so low-key. After Lin Yi learned of the news, he did not bother to take the initiative to find fault with him. He continued to live a peaceful and leisurely life in the number 1 mansion of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. 2 days later, as the new official disciples of the three major pavilions had gradually adapted to the new environment and rhythm, the three major pavilions finally released the official disciple tasks for the new year. There were 2 main tasks. One was the weapon task, which required every new official disciple, including the core disciples of the inner disciple like Lin Yi, to find a way to build a suitable weapon. According to the tradition of the three major pavilions, there would be a weapon competition in the middle of the year. All disciples could sign up for it. Of course, if one did not have a weapon, he would naturally not be eligible. In addition to the weapon task, the other was the trial task. Every official disciple of the three major pavilions could accept this task. As long as they completed the task, they could get the corresponding guild points. These points could be accumulated and exchanged for the corresponding rewards at the Cultivators Guild in the North Island. In principle, these tasks were voluntary, but the three major pavilions set a bottom line, that was, every official disciple, including the core disciples of the inner disciple, must complete more than 2 trial tasks every year. This was only the most basic training requirement, and there was no room for laziness. Even a young master like Shu Ling Chong with a strong background, as an inner core disciple, had to do the task if he wanted to get along well. No one else could do it for him. Of course, with Shu Yuanjing as his grandfather, he would not lack cultivation resources no matter what. But how could an ambitious person like him be willing to just dawdle around and be an ordinary disciple? Even if he could not compete for the position of the second senior brother in charge of the inner disciple because of the tragic ending of the inner disciple competition this time, it was only a temporary thing. In the future, he would definitely be promoted. In order to avoid being criticized by others, he had to perform as well as possible from the beginning of these basic tasks. Of course, if it was a second-generation cultivator without the slightest ambition, it would be a different story. Take Shanghai Lena for example. This girl was not in the mood to cultivate at all. As for the trial task, it was purely for her own pleasure. Even if she did not go, no one would say anything about her. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were naturally going to do the task. The two of them went to the task list specially set up by the three major pavilions and scanned it up and down. There were hundreds of trial tasks of various sizes on it. There were individual tasks with low difficulty, and there were also group tasks with high difficulty. It was only possible to complete them with the cooperation of many people. But one thing was certain, whether it was individual tasks or group tasks, they were all transferred from the Cultivators Guild in the North Island. Therefore, some of the long-term tasks were quite familiar. At this time, there was already a sea of people in front of the task list. There were many disciples of the three major pavilions gathered. R1152. Chapter 42:19. Looking around, many of them were inner core disciples that he had seen in the inner core competition before. Of course, most of them were outer disciples. Lin Yi also saw some old acquaintances of the Welcome Pavilion in the crowd, such as Dongfang Badao and Murong Zhen. When these people saw Lin Yi, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of reverence. Wherever Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao passed, everyone consciously moved away, not daring to offend them in the slightest. Today was different from the past. In the past, no matter how much Lin Yi was in the limelight, it was still in the category of the newcomers of the Welcome Pavilion. They could be envious, they could talk about it, and they could sneer at him if they were not pleasing to the eye. But now it was different. Because of the words of Shanghai Tianhua, Lin Yi, and they were now in two different worlds. Facing Lin Yi was like facing Ram Jie, who had appeared out of nowhere. They only dared to look up to him, but did not dare to have any disrespect. None of them were fools. They knew that in the face of a true and absolute gap, any self-righteous thoughts were foolish thoughts that would only bring disaster to themselves and wouldn't bring them any benefits. The rest of the people, especially those who had been against Lin Yi, only dared to stay away from Lin Yi now, but there was one exception. In the face of Lin Yi, not only did she not avoid, but she took the initiative to come up and deliberately rubbed against Lin Yi inadvertently. This person was Murong Zhen. Senior brother Lin Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you. Murong Zhen greeted him in a coquettish voice. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. It was not out of line for her to call Lin Yi senior brother. Seeing this woman coming to seduce Lin Yi so seductively, Huang Xiaodao on the side unconsciously held Lin Yi's arm. She had already restored her appearance and confidence. Of course, she would not lose to a coquettish woman like Murong Zhen, and she also had confidence in Lin Yi's determination. But subconsciously, she still did not want Lin Yi to have any contact with such a woman with a bad reputation. Lin Yi smiled and patted Huang Xiaotao's hand, indicating that she did not need to worry. He turned his head to look at Murong Zhen and said lightly, with the past between us, it is a little strange to say that I miss you. Aya, senior brother Lin Yi, you are a magnanimous person. I have eyes but failed to recognize your greatness. I apologize for offending you. Please don't take it to heart, Murong Zhen said anxiously. Senior brother Lin Yi, please forgive me. Don't play any tricks. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to listen to you beat around the bush, Lin Yi said calmly without turning his head as he looked at the mission board. Senior brother Lin Yi, do you think I can still be the manager of the newcomers for a while longer? Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to assist Pavilion Master Ku and senior brother Xiao. I dare not have any other thoughts, Murongzhen said carefully. Although Xu Lingchong had returned, he kept a low profile and did not meet anyone. He had never been interested in her. Her only support was Sai-Hai Xiao, but he had no influence over the three pavilions. She was currently in a very bad situation. Ku Zongla was appointed as the third pavilion master of the welcoming pavilion, and Xiao Ran was appointed as the eldest senior brother of the newcomers. It could be said that the power of Blue Cloud Pavilion in the welcoming pavilion was completely controlled by Lin Yi's people. She was merely the second senior brother of the newcomers, yet she was completely suppressed by Xiao Ran. Even if she tried her best, she could not fight back at all. Whether or not she could keep her position was completely dependent on Lin Yi's mood. If Lin Yi did not like her and wanted to take her down, it would only take a word from him. She, Murongzhen, would not be able to do anything about it. I am no longer in the welcoming pavilion, and I will not interfere with the matters of the welcoming pavilion. I will give you these words. Take care, Lin Yi replied. Yes. Thank you, senior brother Lin Yi, for your magnanimity. I will definitely keep it in mind. Murongzhen was immediately overjoyed. After expressing her gratitude, she hurriedly left. Otherwise, if she stayed for too long and made Lin Yi annoyed, she would be in deep trouble. Moreover, no matter what, she was still Xu Lingchong's subordinate. If rumors were to spread and Xu Lingchong found out that she was purposely trying to curry favor with Lin Yi, it would be quite a disaster. Looking at Murongzhen's back as she hurriedly left, Lin Yi's lips curled into a non-committal smile. With Ku Zongla and Xiao Ran working together to control the overall situation, her position as the second senior brother of the newcomers was no longer important. She would not be able to cause any trouble at all, so it did not matter if she was removed or not. Of course, Lin Yi also knew that with this woman's temperament, even if she temporarily tolerated it, she would not be so tactful forever. There would be a day when she would stir up trouble. However, it was not a bad thing for Xiao Ran to have such a person eyeing him covetously. Xiao Ran was a good person in all aspects, but his temperament was too lukewarm. Murongzhen's existence could stimulate his fighting spirit and keep him vigilant at all times, so he did not dare to slack off. This could be considered as making the best use of her. After sending Murongzhen away, Lin Yi continued to scan through the many missions on the mission list. After a while, his eyes suddenly focused and fell on a trial mission at the edge of the list. The reason why this mission could attract Lin Yi's attention was that its location was in the Wei-Arc Sea near the South Island. Lin Yi did not know any deputy pavilion leader Yao, but he was still very concerned about Lu Bianren's disappearance. Previously, he was too far away and could not help even if he wanted to. But now, if he took the opportunity of the trial mission to find Lu Bianren, it would be a good idea to kill two birds with one stone. After taking a closer look at the mission content, Lin Yi found that this was actually a hunting mission, and it was not easy at all. The target was Wu Baoliang, whose strength was at the peak of the late stage of Gold Core. He was a famous evil cultivator in the North Island, specializing in sucking the blood essence of virgin girls for cultivation. Most of the cultivator tribes in the North Island and its vicinity had left traces of this person's crimes. According to the rough statistics of the Law Enforcement Hall, there were a total of 300 women who had been killed by this person. This was only an incomplete count. There were many missing women who were likely to have been killed by this person, but no one thought of him at that time. This series of cases really caused a sensation in the North Island. Because of the boiling public resentment, even the top management of the three pavilions were alarmed. After the Law Enforcement Hall intervened in the investigation, they finally locked the target on Wu Baoliang, the evil cultivator. Unfortunately, at that time, when the masters of the Law Enforcement Hall were just about to take action, this person directly escaped from the North Island after hearing the news. Since then, he had never appeared in the North Island and had always been on the run. According to the usual practice, The scope of the law enforcement hall of the three pavilions was only in the North Island. Although there had been cases of pursuing people to the ends of the earth at all costs, this was very rare. Only those special criminals who endangered the safety of the three pavilions could enjoy this special treatment. R1152. Chapter 4220. Under normal circumstances, once a wanted criminal escaped from the North Island, the Law Enforcement Hall would at most inform the law enforcement forces of other Heavenstage Islands, even if they did not completely ignore it. If the wanted criminal was not caught in a short time, it would become a trial mission, and many disciples of the three pavilions would go to capture him. Of course, the premise was that they had enough strength. In addition to posting trial missions, the Law Enforcement Hall would also provide some corresponding clues and information. For example, Wu Baoliang's most recent sighting was in the Creep Arc territorial waters. The number of people for the mission is 1 or 2. That's just right. Lin Yi nodded. He wanted to accept this mission. After all, Lu Bianren had treated him well. Now that he had this opportunity, regardless of whether he could find Lu Bianren in the end, he had to at least take this opportunity to give it a try. He told Huang Xiaodao, who was beside him. Naturally, Huang Xiaodao didn't have any objections. As long as she could be with Lin Yi, everything else was up to Lin Yi. She didn't really care what kind of mission they were going to do. Lin Yi nodded and immediately brought Huang Xiaodao to Blue Cloud Pavilion's eldest senior brother, Zhao Mufan, to receive the mission. Receiving a trial mission was not a trivial matter. Outer sect disciples had to look for the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the outer sect, while inner sect disciples naturally had to look for the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the inner sect. At this time, Zhao Mufan was working not far away. He was surrounded by several Blue Cloud Pavilion inner sect disciples who were also preparing to receive the mission. Junior brother Lin, junior sister Huang, long time no see. How have you been? In the crowd, Zhao Mufan recognized Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao at a glance. He immediately took the initiative to greet them with a smile. During the inner disciple competition, he was there to witness it with his own eyes. Even if he was the eldest senior brother in charge of managing the inner disciples of Clear Cloud Pavilion, and in name, the number one figure among all the inner disciples of Clear Cloud Pavilion, in front of Lin Yi, he didn't dare to put on any airs of a eldest senior brother. Putting aside the fact that Lin Yi was the rookie king of the inner sect, his strength and potential were not to be underestimated. The key was his identity. He was a disciple personally appointed by Shanghai Tianhua and was about to become the next Ram Jie. Even the pavilion master of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Yu Zhenyang, had to be kind to him and would grant all his requests, let alone Zhao Mufan, a senior disciple who was in charge of the inner sanctum. Don't look down on this kind of position. The higher the position, the harder it was to sit on it. Not only did it require great strength and influence, it also required good judgment. If you accidentally offended a person with an extraordinary background like Lin Yi, you would definitely be punished. Zhao Mufan's position as the eldest senior brother in charge of the inner sect had probably come to an end. Senior brother Zhao, how have you been? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao returned the greeting in unison. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Lin Yi was not an arrogant and shallow person. Even if he did not have a close relationship with a person like Zhao Mufan, he should at least maintain a good relationship with him on the surface. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to handle many things in the future. They saw Zhao Mufan and Lin Yi greet each other. The group of inner sect disciples who had gathered around to receive the mission tactfully moved aside and walked outside. Although they were also high and mighty inner sect core disciples, they could not be compared to Lin Yi and Zhao Mufan at all. However, he couldn't compare to Lin Yi and Zhao Mufan at all. He could only step aside for now. In fact, even if they did not move aside, Zhao Mufan would not care about them at this moment. These people were more important than Lin Yi. It was clear at a glance. Junior brother Lin and junior sister Huang, are you preparing to receive the mission? Zhao Mufan asked with a face full of joy. The purpose of their visit was obvious at a glance. That's right. Senior brother Zhao, please report that the trial mission we are preparing to receive is to hunt down Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi said bluntly. Hunt down Wu Baoliang? Junior brother Lin, Are you sure you want to receive this mission? Jia Mufan blanked for a moment after hearing Lin Yi's words, and the other Clear Cloud Pavilion inner disciples who were waiting at the side also went into an uproar. Every one of them looked at Lin Yi with more astonishment than before. They were all waiting to receive the mission, but none of them were willing to accept it. In fact, they had not even considered it from the beginning to the end. In fact, the mission to hunt down Wu Baoliang had been on the list for several years. However, it had always been on the edge of the list and had never disappeared. The only change was the location of Wu Baoliang's recent activities. There was no other reason than that ordinary disciples were not willing to accept it. In the eyes of the crowd, this kind of hunting mission was absolutely arduous and unrewarding. Putting aside the fact that these traitors were all powerful people, it would take a lot of time and energy just to find these people, even with the information provided by the officials. In the end, it would still be difficult to find them, not to mention that they would have to fight for their lives. Instead of taking such a huge risk and paying such a huge price to hunt down such a fierce person, it was better to use the time to search for treasures. If they were lucky and found some heaven-defying treasure, it would not be impossible for them to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Even if they were unlucky, they would at most return empty-handed. They would not have to risk their lives so easily. There were so many low-risk and high-reward missions, but they had to hunt down Wu Baoliang, who killed without blinking an eye. Wasn't there something wrong with their brains? However, although everyone was surprised, they still did not dare to mock Lin Yi in front of him. On second thought, it might be that Lin Yi deliberately chose such a difficult trial mission to show off his powerful strength. After all, in the previous inner disciple competition, Lin Yi's powerful strength was obvious to all, especially when he teamed up with Huang Xiaodao. No matter who their opponent was, they could kill them in one move. They could be said to be invincible among the Gold Core stage. Although Wu Baoliang, a peak Gold Core stage expert, was fierce and brutal, if he encountered these two, he would probably suffer. Not bad. Thank you, senior brother Jia. Lin Yi saw everyone's expression and nodded with a faint smile. Well, since junior brother Lin and junior sister Huang have made up their minds, I won't say much. I will report to you now. I wish you success. Jia Mufan smiled. Thank you. Goodbye. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao cupped their hands and bowed. They immediately turned and left to prepare for the mission. Although they were invincible in the Gold Core stage after teaming up, after all, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were at the early stage of the Gold Core stage. After they went out, they did not have the capital to do whatever they wanted. They had to make more preparations in advance to avoid being caught off guard. In addition to preparing some things that might be used in the mission, the two also needed to say goodbye to everyone. After all, they did not know how long they would be gone, so they did not want to worry about them. In addition to Shanghai Lena, senior brother Ku Baoliang, Xiao Ran, and others, Lin Yi also deliberately went to tell the King of Rags who was still at his post. The rest was his old friend, Hong Zhong. Chapter 42-21. You're going to the South Island? Hong Zhong was slightly stunned when he heard the news from Lin Yi. He quickly reminded him, the South Island is the base camp of the spirit beasts, and they've always rejected humans. If it's not necessary, I advise you not to go there. Shopkeeper Hong, you've misunderstood. I'm not going to the South Island. I'm just going to the Wei Arc territorial waters near the South Island. Lin Yi quickly explained with a smile. Oh, that's not a problem. Apart from the South Island itself, there are many human cultivators living on the islands nearby. Hong Zhong was relieved. He thought for a while and said, the Wei Arc territorial waters is a place where people of good and bad mix together. It's said that it's very chaotic, but there's a branch of our Hong Chamber of Commerce there. The shopkeeper is called Wei Jiaotong, and he's an old friend of mine for many years. After you go there, you can reveal your identity. If you need anything from him, just let me know. Wei Jiaotong? I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, shopkeeper Hong. Lin Yi smiled. The scene before him was somewhat familiar. Before he left for Mount Hutsai Tianwu, Hong Zhong also told him the same thing. However, at that time, he introduced Cai Zhongyang. This time, it was Wei Jiaotong. Now that he thought about it, It was all thanks to Hong Zhong's warning that Lin Yi was able to escape from the Middle Island in one piece and obtain so many benefits. Otherwise, he would have been captured by the Snowsword faction since he could not even find a place to stay when he went to the Middle Island. It was unknown whether he could still be alive or not. Thinking of this, Lin Yi could not help but secretly laugh. This was the same familiar situation, and he did not know what the final outcome would be. Sigh, there's no need to thank me. Even without my relationship, this is Wei Xiaotong's duty. Have you forgotten that you are now the honorary vice president of our Hong Consortium's Chamber of Commerce? Hong Zhong could not help but laugh. Haha, it's still confidential. Without a public announcement from your superiors, he might not even recognize me as an honorary vice president. Your old friendship is more reliable. Lin Yi shook his head. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him for a few years, and I don't know what kind of situation he's in right now. However, if something unexpected happens, young hero Lin, you might as well directly reveal your identity as the honorary vice president. Even if someone suspects it, with the Hong Chamber of Commerce's internal information channels, they'll be able to quickly find the Middle Island headquarters to verify it. Don't underestimate this identity. In a small place like the Verdant Arc territorial waters, no one in the branch will dare to disobey you. Otherwise, it will be equivalent to betrayal, and the punishment will be very heavy, Hong Zhong warned. Okay, I got it. Lin Yi nodded. Although it was said that a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake, he and Huang Xiaodao were going to the Wei Arc territorial waters, and they were unfamiliar with the people and the place. If even the Hong Chamber of Commerce branch there did not cooperate with them, it would indeed become very troublesome. If he really had no other choice, he could only use his power to suppress them. After bidding farewell to Hong Zhong, everything was ready. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao immediately set off to the Wei Arc territorial waters. As Huang Xiaotao's spirit bird was an excellent flying spirit beast, the two of them naturally did not need to spend any extra effort. 2 people and 1 bird could directly set off from the 3 major pavilions of the North Island to the Wei Arc territorial waters. This distance almost spanned across the entire map of Heavenstage Island, and the journey was not short. Even if the flying spirit beast traveled day and night without rest, it would still take at least 10 days. If there were any accidents or dangers along the way, needless to say, it would be even more troublesome. Fortunately, apart from the fact that Huang Xiaotao's spiritual bird wasn't very aggressive, it had excellent qualities in all other aspects. Not only was it fast, but it also flew steadily and had high alertness. Most importantly, it had super strong physical strength. These few qualities were very rare for a pure flying spiritual beast. In addition, the route that Lin Yi chose at the beginning was to advance along the edge of the coast, so the degree of safety was quite guaranteed. Therefore, the first few days were calm, and there were no twists and turns. However, next, they needed to cross the vast sea. This could not be helped. If they kept walking on the ground, although it was not impossible to reach the South Island, they would need to go all the way to the Middle Island, and then from the Middle Island to the South Island. The time needed for this would not be 10 days, 20 days, or even a month. It was such a long journey, and they had to carry 2 people on their back. Not to mention Huang Xiaotao's spirit bird, even the best flying spirit beast would not be able to keep an eye on them. Moreover, the Middle Island's surroundings were strictly controlled. Unless the signs of those big forces were hung, they were not allowed to take off at all, let alone cross. This was not a small problem. Of course, if Lin Yi was riding on the special mount of the Island Master's Pavilion in the Will of Heaven, then it would be a different story. Unfortunately, this was not the case. It's okay. As long as we keep enough vigilance, we can avoid any danger in advance. Don't worry too much. Lin Yi glanced at Huang Xiaodao. Seeing her nervous expression, he smiled and comforted her. Amham, I'm not afraid with you here. Huang Xiaodao nodded obediently. In fact, she was not unfamiliar with trial missions at all. In the past few years, she basically wandered around the North Island's Cultivators Guild when she had nothing to do, but she rarely left the North Island. Even if she left the island, she would at most go to places like Mount Tianwu, and would not go too far away. However, this time, not only did they have to cross the entire Heavenstage Island from the north to the south, but they also had to cross the vast sea. This was the first time in her history. In the past, she had heard many rumors about the dangers of crossing the sea. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous at all. Even so, she always felt inexplicably at ease when she sat next to Lin Yi, and the little bit of panic in her heart also disappeared. Crossing the sea, the most dangerous thing is not the sea beasts below, nor the ferocious birds in the sky, but the cultivators and the sea fog. Lin Yi let Huang Xiaodao snuggle up to him while he analyzed and explained to her to reassure her. Although the martial world is dangerous, human cultivators will not have too big a problem as long as they pay attention and don't let people get close to them easily. As for the sea fog, it is the most fatal trouble. Fortunately, we have prepared in advance, so we don't have to worry too much. Chapter 42-22. Once they were within the range of the sea fog, the map was no longer of any use. Even if there were any signs that could assist in determining the direction, they could not be seen in the sea fog. The only thing they could rely on was the compass. In order to avoid any accidents, Lin Yi specially prepared 2 special sea compasses. He carried one with him and Huang Xiaodao carried the other in case of emergencies. With the compass, it meant that no matter how thick the sea fog was, they did not have to worry about getting lost. As long as the direction was right, they would eventually reach their destination as long as they were careful. However, the compass was not foolproof. Just like the Bermuda Triangle in the secular world, it was said that there were special meteorite magnetic fields in some of the sea areas of the heavenly island that could disrupt the compass. If there was also the sea fog, once they fell into it, it would be really dangerous. Whether they could come out alive or not depended on God's will. Of course, the route chosen by Lin Yi had been personally verified by many people. It did not pass through the legendary Devil's Sea, so there was no need to worry about this. For the next few days, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao spent their time on the vast sea. Although it was a little monotonous, Huang Xiaodao did not feel bored at all. Instead, she was very happy. Strictly speaking, these few days were her and Lin Yi's world. Without any interference from outsiders, they could snuggle with their loved ones and quietly cross the vast sea. This was a romantic scene that many girls longed for. As for Lin Yi, although he had never been very open-minded about this kind of thing, he had to be vigilant at all times and stare at the compass, so he was not bored. This journey was not dangerous. The two did not encounter any trouble. Even if there were signs of hidden dangers, they were quickly detected by Lin Yi and avoided. There were no accidents. Not far ahead, it should be the verdant Arc Sea. Lin Yi looked ahead, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the map in his hand and said, "Really?" Huang Xiaodao was not surprised. Instead, she felt a little regretful. She muttered to herself, "Time really flies in the world of the two of us." "That's right, little Dao. Look, there are many people and flying spirit beasts in front of us. Only a cultivator's settlement like the verdant Arc Sea region is able to survive. That's why there are so many people." Lin Yi pointed ahead. Huang Xiaodao raised her head and looked into the distance. She discovered that she could indeed see some moving dots in the distance. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that they were flying spirit beasts carrying people. This meant that even if they weren't in the verdant Arc Sea, they were already very close. Otherwise, if they were in the distant sea, they wouldn't be able to see a single person from day to night, just like the past few days. "That's great. We can finally find a place to rest," Huang Xiaodao said happily. Although it was a pity to say goodbye to the world of the two of them. However, he had been stuck on the back of the spirit bird for the past few days. Even if he didn't do anything, he was still mentally exhausted. What he wanted to do the most right now was to find an inn. Soaking in a hot bath to relax was the highest form of enjoyment. Moreover, in her eyes, as long as she could be with Lin Yi, anywhere was a world for the two of them. Yeah. Lin Yi was also a little excited. After traveling across the sea for so many days, his nerves were tense and he didn't dare to relax at all. As a beginner Golden Elixir realm expert, he had no problems with his physical strength. However, the mental exhaustion that constantly accumulated was really not easy to bear. He really needed to find a place to rest. As the two of them spoke, they urged the spirit bird to speed up. However, before they could completely enter the verdant Arc Sea, a flying spirit beast suddenly rushed over and quickly approached them. Lin Yi was shocked. He couldn't help but think that he was a little too early to be happy. Aside from the sea fog, the biggest trouble on the sea was other cultivators. Just now, he was a little too happy and relaxed his vigilance, but he was immediately targeted. He turned his head to look at the person on the back of the flying spirit beast. The person sitting in the middle of the main seat was a man wearing a grey robe. From his appearance, he seemed to be only in his early 30s. However, this was obviously not his real age. Cultivators could maintain their appearance forever unless they actively aged or changed their appearance. Otherwise, even after hundreds of years, they would always look the same. There would be no change. Lin Yi glanced at this person. This man was quite handsome and belonged to the idol type that was very popular with girls. If he was in the secular world, he would probably be able to make a name for himself in the entertainment circle. However, with Lin Yi's keen perception, he found that under this person's sunny and handsome appearance, there was a very obvious trace of evil hidden. It was even much stronger than the current Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong, making people feel afraid. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Beside this man were two young and beautiful female companions. Although they couldn't compare to a peerless beauty like Huang Xiaodao in terms of appearance, they were still rare beauties of high quality. Moreover, both of them were dressed in extremely revealing clothes. There were only two small pieces of cloth covering their private parts, and the rest of their fair and alluring bodies could be seen for all to see. Coupled with their seductive postures and provocative movements from time to time, it truly caused one's blood to boil. Their dressing was comparable to that of the bar girls in the secular world. Lin Yi secretly curled his lips. The Heaven Stage Island followed the ancient customs, and the concept of men and women was very traditional. They also attached great importance to the guard between men and women. Therefore, ordinary women dressed relatively conservatively. Only a foxy like Murong Zhen would deliberately wear such revealing clothes. Compared to the two women in front of him, they were even more so. In addition to this man and two women, there was a stern-looking middle-aged man on the back of the flying spirit beast. Looking at his ordinary clothes, he should be a servant who sat in front and was responsible for driving the flying spirit beast. However, among the four of them, the one that Lin Yi cared about the most was this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man. The evil-looking man on the main seat was in the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm. He was not difficult to deal with. As for the two women beside him who were wearing revealing clothes, their strength was negligible. They were only in the foundational realm. Only this ordinary-looking middle-aged man, Lin Yi, could not see through his strength. Lin Yi was an expert in the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm. With his golden finger, he could see through all the realms within the Golden Elixir realm. However, he could not see through this middle-aged man's strength. This could only mean one thing. This middle-aged man must be a powerful expert above the original infant realm. Lin Yi could not help but be secretly shocked. To be able to make a powerful original infant realm expert willingly become a servant, what was the background of this evil-looking man?